Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The online meeting of the Leeward Planning Commission will come to order. It's Thursday, November 19th, 2020. The time is 9:41. Thanks for your patience as we figured all of this out. Based on the governor's 14th proclamation related to COVID-19 emergency, we're holding this meeting online. This is to maintain physical distancing and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The public can observe this meeting on YouTube live streaming by following the link provided on the county website or by using the URL advertised on our agenda. The video recording will be accessible on the same YouTube channel for those who are not able to watch it live. The minutes and transcripts will also be posted on the county website at a later date. With respect to public testimony, in addition to written testimony that the commission has already received and reviewed, we have 5 testifiers who are registered to provide oral testimony today. Normally, oral statements are taken at the time the particular item is called to order. However, in this online format, we will hear from all testifiers first before proceeding to the first agenda item. I ask that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes and not be repetitive. If you have submitted written testimony, please do not just read it to us, but use your 3 minutes to highlight your points and provide additional information. Following your testimony, commissioners may ask you questions, and when there are no more questions, I will ask you to leave the WebEx platform and switch to the YouTube channel if you wish to observe the meeting. This is to limit the number of participants on the screen in order to better manage the proceedings and also to minimize noise or connection disturbance. I'd also like to remind all the participants the protocol at this online meeting. You could silence your phone or any other devices. Only one person may speak at a time, so please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you speak, and speak directly into your microphone. And keep your microphone muted when you're not speaking. If you talk over each other or if your microphones pick up noise, the dialogue will become indiscernible and cannot be transcribed. Thank you for your cooperation with this. And if you can, when you do want to speak, if I don't see you and you speak out, can you please say who you are so that I know who's speaking? Thank you. I'd like to introduce the commissioners. Please raise your hand when you're called so that everyone else can see you. Vice Chair Perry Kealoha, Commissioner Barbara DeFranco, Commissioner Max Newberg, Commissioner Mike Vitusik. Where's Mikey? Commissioner Mark Van Pernis. And Commissioner Faye Yates. And I am Chairperson Nancy Carr-Smith. We do have a quorum to hold this meeting. I'd like to introduce the staff. In attendance are Deputy Corp Counsel Malia Hall. And Malia is the attorney for the commission. Planning Director Michael Yee. And Deputy Corp Counsel John Mukai is the attorney for the planning department. He's in the conference room there. Let's see. Planning Program Manager Jeff Darrow. Hi, Jeff. Planner Maya Jackson. Planner Jessica Andrews. Not sure if she's here. Planner Tracy Lee is here today. Board Secretary Kim Tanaka is in Kona, and Leeward Planning Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer. Also with us today is Robin Matsumoto, Acting Building Chief with the Department of Public Works. And certainly not least, our appreciation goes out to the Planning Director's Private Secretary, Rochelle Lay in Hilo, who's hosting the meeting. Before we begin with public testimony, I wanted to note that the Mayor-elect Mitch Roth has not yet announced his pick for the next planning director. So we are uncertain if this might be Director Yee's last meeting. In case that it is, I don't want to miss the opportunity to mahalo him for his leadership and cooperation the last 4 years. I've certainly enjoyed working with you, Michael, and applaud you for the work that you have done, the challenges with short-term vacation rentals, the general plan, but mostly I respect your sense of equity in life and the desire to make the best decisions that you can. I always felt like you were being fair in your approaches to the cases that were before us. If life changes for you, I wish you all the best going forward. Can I get a virtual, yay, Michael?
Thank you, Nancy, for those kind words. Hopefully
You're
I'll be around, but if not, I'll find something to do.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Thank you. All right. Moving on to public testimony. I have the following people registered to testify, and it happens that all testifiers are here on behalf of agenda items 1 and 2, Palama Nui. So I have Wendy Laros, Jackie Hoover, Naja Ray, Jessica Thompson, and Michael Ream, and I think we know that you're all here. So the 5 of you, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before this matter on the Leeward Planning Commission? Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with you, Wendy. If you could please tell us who you are, who you're representing, and your position, and keep it to 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Just 1 second. Aloha, everyone. My name is Wendy Laros. I'm the president and CEO of the Conecuhala Chamber of Commerce. The Conecuhala Chamber has been in existence since 1968, so over 50 years. And for decades, we've been supporting all kinds of educational initiatives, including the design or development of the Palama Nui campus. And I actually have sent in testimony and definitely want to highlight that, since the campus has been open since that, so much happened for our community, for our high school students that are entering into college. There's just been quite a bit of success at the campus for the last 5 years. And this really is a reality because of Palama Nui Global Holdings and their contributions. We started, I have a letter here that's not the one I sent in, that was actually, it was drafted by Vivian Landrum, one of our presidents and CEOs from the past. And this was in 2009. And it was a letter to this group as well, to this commission. And at that letter, we have over a decade, the University of Hawaii perceived the need for higher education in West Hawaii when its Board of Regents reviewed detailed plans and selected a 500-acre state-owned parcel in Kona for a permanent facility. So we're just talking a lot of decades here, and certainly the Palama Nui campus has been built, but the campus needs the surrounding development. And at the Chamber of Commerce, we have positions. And one of those positions is to support housing projects at all inventory levels and the associated infrastructure. And as well, we also have position statements to support the growth of Hawaii Community College Palama Nui campus, programs and staffing. In addition, we have support expansion and establishment of programs that feed directly into the region's key industries, including the visitor industry, agriculture, aquaculture, astronomy, aviation, business and education, healthcare, marine and STEAM, with the science, technology, engineering, art, and math endeavors. So we are a strong proponent of the campus. We understand its crucial role in workforce development for our community in West Hawaii. And we do know that that campus needs the development that surrounds it to continue to thrive. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's move over to Jackie Hoover. Go ahead, Jackie.
Aloha, I am Jackie Hoover, and I have spoken before this commission previously in my capacity as president of Hawaii Leeward Planning Conference, a member-based organization with a history of 46 years of commitment to sound planning, wise use of resources, and effective government process. Today, however, I also have the privilege and pleasure of serving in my capacity as the executive director for the Hawaii Island Economic Development Board, another member-based organization with a 36-year history committed to providing and promoting private sector support and expertise for balanced growth in Hawaii County in partnership with both public and private resources. After years of a vigorous economy, 2020 has delivered us a very grim reminder of the fragility of our island's economic stability. Today, we find ourselves trying to navigate our way through converging economic challenges, and as we strategize the best means of recovery, it is important that we look for opportunities of safe harborage, similar to how we are asking our residents, our government, and our businesses to pivot for survival. So too must Palamanui developers pivot. This is the dichotomy that's confronting the principals of the Palamanui Project, who are seeking to steer out of the economic storm and find safe passage to allow this well-planned project to advance. The amendments before you seek relief by allowing the project to phase in, develop 10 of the 20-acre regional park, and defer the building of the connector road until 900 units have been built. It is important as we weigh this to recognize that nearly $22 million has already been expended to develop Hawaii Community College Palamanui, the Anakehokulika Highway, and other needed infrastructure. It is also important to recognize that Palamanui has no intention to walk away from fulfilling what they have committed to, but rather seeks resequencing, a pivot, if you will, to the critical path of work and defer the nearly $65 million necessary to front-load the road conditions, and rather start with building the community around Hawaii Community College Palamanui, which is critically important to sustainability, economic viability, education, training, workforce development, and opportunity for both present and future generations. I humbly request that you consider our tradition of wayfinding and the importance of plotting and adjusting our course for changing conditions. Please support Palamanui's wayfinding to adjust for current conditions and allow them to set an alternate course for safe passage to our destination to reset, rebuild, and recover our economy. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jackie, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Naja, you're up next. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm testifying as a private citizen. Aloha, Nancy, and members of the Leeward Planning Commission. My name is Naja Ray, and I'm a lifelong resident of Hawaii Island. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to express my support for Palamanui. I have reviewed the amendments sought by Palamanui and believe that they are not intended to retreat from commitments made, but rather reflect the economic times we are in and allow the developer to phase work and build the community around the Hawaii Community College at Palamanui. This will provide direct support to and help the college become an important anchor institution in North Kona and provide needed housing, infrastructure, and socioeconomic benefits. As our island works towards recovery from the severe economic downturn and societal disruption caused by the pandemic, it is important that we work collaboratively to bring long-term benefits to our island. And I believe this is what Palamanui is offering. In closing, I ask that you please support Palamanui's amendment request. Mahalo.
Thank you, Naja, for your testimony. All right, Jessica Thompson.
Good morning. My name is Jess Thompson, and I'm the Executive Director of PATH for Trails Hawaii. We're a 30-year-old Hawaii County-based nonprofit, and our mission is to safely connect people and places on Hawaii Island with pathways and bikeways. Over the course of the past decade, Hawaii County has become a leader in being champions for safer, climate-friendly, people-focused transportation projects and policies. Just this past week, we are happy to celebrate the County Council unanimously passed a resolution recognizing the Vision Zero Action Plan and the street design manual based on Complete Streets principles will go for a vote before Hawaii County Council shortly, which is why PATH is so happy to be with you today. We support Palamanui's revised master plan because it will be a walkable, bikeable development that promotes physical health, climate-friendly transportation options, and nurtures interconnected community. Imagine college staff and students pulling on their backpacks and biking to campus. Imagine grandparents walking their grandchildren to one of the many neighborhood parks. Imagine families going for hikes on the extensive hiking and biking trails. Imagine people biking up to a farmer's market to pick up fresh vegetables for dinner. Imagine roads designed to move cars efficiently and safely. These are the neighborhoods every person in Hawaii deserves, which is why we support Palamanui's community. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate your testimony. Michael Ream, would you like to go next, please? And after that, if the commissioners have any questions. Go ahead, Michael.
Aloha. I am Michael Ream. I'm with the firm of Ream Owensby Planners Architects here in Kona. I started working on this project in 2006 with Roger Harris and a variety of other consultants. The time that I've been here, I think one of the best things I've seen to happen in West Hawaii is the development of the community development plan. Many people in the community spent a lot of time developing this plan, and it was a great effort to mitigate what I call suburban sprawl, which is one of the things that is destroying a lot of the character on our islands. The intent of the community development plan, as I see it, is to develop what we call livable communities. And what I mean by livable communities are communities that are mixed use, they're compact, they're pedestrian and transit oriented, and they try to provide all of our common amenities within a 5-minute walking distance. Palamanui was probably the first project of this size to make a sincere effort to use and implement the community development plan. In summary, we need to find new ways to be more proactive in our planning. We need to find new ways to develop communities that are more in keeping with the character we have on the island, and most importantly, to mitigate suburban sprawl. I sincerely request and ask that everybody support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the 5 testifiers? Okay, I don't see anyone wanting to ask questions, so I will thank you, 5, and ask for you to drop off the call. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Commissioners, could I have a motion to close testimony, please?
So moves.
Was that Perry? Okay. Perry made a motion to close public testimony. Can I have a second? Thank you, Barbara. All in favor? Public testimony is closed. Thank you. All right. Rochelle, are we good to keep going?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're moving on to new business. We're going to hear items 1 and 2 on the agenda together, and we'll vote on them separately, keeping in mind that we're the recommending body and that the county council will make the final decision. Agenda item number 1, the applicant is Palamanui Global Holdings, LLC, amend Res 05-000010. This is an application to amend condition V, the scope and timing of road improvements, and condition S, scope and timing of park improvements of ordinance number 09-132, which was amended ordinance number 06-105, which rezoned 725 acres from an agricultural 3 acre from an agricultural 3 acres and open to a project district zoning district for a mixed-use development known as the Palamanui Development. The property is located northeast of the Kona International Airport at Keauhole between Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and Makalea State Subdivision. Kau, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 3725, a portion of parcel 1. Agenda item number 2, the applicant is Palamanui Global Holdings LLC. This is to amend Res 09-000094. Application for a time extension to condition E to secure final subdivision approval of ordinance number 09-131, which rezoned 29.92 acres from the project district to industrial commercial mixed 2,000 square feet zoning district in 2009. The property is part of the proposed Palamanui development located northeast of the Kona International Airport at Keauhole between Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway and Makalea State Subdivision. Kau, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 3725, portion of parcel 1. I wanted to note for the record the applicant's letter dated 9/15/2020. Getting some sound from somewhere. The applicant's letter dated 9/15/2020 requesting Commissioner Van Pernis's recusal. According to Commissioner Van Pernis, he mailed his response letter to the applicant on 10/29, which was forwarded to the commissioners on 10/30. At this time, I'd like to confirm that the applicant received Mr. Van Pernis's response letter. I see that there are many of you here on behalf of the applicant, and first I'd like to confirm and make sure that we're clear about everybody who's here. Since we started, I believe Steve Colon came on, Roger Harris is here, Sid Fuki, Laura Aquino, and Ross Wilson. Norm Stewart is here. John Knox is here, Greg Chun. Is there anyone else that's here on behalf of, Steve Lim, I see. Steve. All right. So whoever's taking the lead on this, could you please confirm that you folks received Mr. Van Pernis's response letter? And do you have any comments? Who's taking the lead here, folks?
Go ahead, Roger.
Hello, Nancy, Chairman Smith. This is Roger Harris.
Hi, Roger. Go ahead.
Yes, we received the letter. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any comments?
No further comments.
All right. Very good. Director Yee, did you have any comments?
No further comments right now.
All right. Very good. All right. So did the commissioners have any comments? I can't see all my commissioners. I see you, Mark. Hold on. I'm asking for everyone aside from you. I cannot see Mike or Perry right now. Too many windows. There you are, Perry. Okay. Anyone else have comments? Go ahead, Mark. Briefly, please. And go ahead and use the microphone too, y'all. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I think so. Go ahead.
Paul Manui claims I am biased against our current application.
And you responded and they didn't rebut that, so.
Excuse me?
And you responded and they are not responding. They're not fighting your response.
Okay, I want to, in addition to my response, add that there is no proof whatsoever of an illegal or factual.
Can you speak up a little bit? I don't know about everybody else, but I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear?
Yeah, just speak as clearly and loudly as you can, please.
All right. There is no legal or factual proof of my bias contemporary against their application. Even if there was, what's more important is that bias is not a basis for disqualification. If it was, then for instance, Commissioner Batusic, who is well known for his bias in favor of archaeological and historical information being adequately presented and dealt with. Now can you hear me?
That's better. Thank you. Thanks, Noriko.
Mr. Batusic, who is a well-known bias in favor of archaeological and historical features, would be disqualified from hearing any applications concerning that have that subject matter involved. Commissioner Yates would be disqualified because of her bias against seeing more traffic in Kohala, or excess traffic. Commissioners who are in favor of more jobs and construction would be disqualified from any application that involves jobs or the lack of them. For instance,
Mark, excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think we're good to proceed. Nobody is pushing back on the fact that you say that you can be fair and unbiased. So can we go ahead and proceed with the agenda item?
yes, I could be fair and unbiased. I want to add that these documents I referred to sought to enforce the original application in a particular condition, which I've since learned is still on the table. And I learned that in Mr. Yee's recommendation. And I also want to point out that these writings are several years old and are within my rights of free speech. And I think it's reprehensible that the applicant would challenge that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Max.
Thank you, Nancy. I just wanted to make mention as a disclosure, I am an employee of the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. All I know is that there have been negotiations between the carpenters and Nui, but as I have not been a part of any of those conversations, I'm not aware of the outcomes of those conversations and would not be compensated either way. Just wanted to make that statement that I as well can be impartial and unbiased.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Anyone have concerns about Max's statement? No. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move forward. Maya Jackson, I believe you're going to present this item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay. Before I get into the presentation, I want to just mention written testimony that you should have received since the background and recommendation was distributed. Since then, we've received testimony from David Lasner, President of University of Hawaii, Jeanette Foster, Carrie Rose Coleman, Jean Hull, Rick Gaffney, Marjorie Irway, Walter Kunitaki, Ken Melrose, and Andy Bemrose on behalf of the West Hawaii Association of Realtors. So hopefully the commission received all of those testimonies via email. Okay, so as Chair Carr-Smith mentioned, I'm going to be presenting information for both agenda item number 1 and 2 at the same time. And if you can just give me a moment to share my screen. Okay, just give me a minute here. Okay. So everybody should be able to see the first slide that says Palamanui Global Holdings LLC. Are you able to see that? Okay, thank you.
Looks good.
All right. So as Chair Carr-Smith mentioned, this is an amendment. There's 2 amendments on the table. One is to change the zone ordinance 09132, and one is for change of zone ordinance 09131. The subject property is outlined in red on this slide. It's located in the North Kona district. You can see Queen Kaahumanu Highway running in a north-south direction on the west side of the property. You can see the Kona Airport in this large gray area near the sea. And then Mamalohoa Highway is on the right side of the slide. And just below Mamalohoa Highway, between the Palamanui project and highway, is the Makale Estate in this general area here. So just a little history on the Palamanui development. In 2005, the subject 725-acre property was rezoned from agricultural and open to project district for a mixed-use development known as the Palamanui development. This project will continue to consist of approximately 1,100 residential units, inclusive of required affordable housing, a 70-acre business park, 230 acres of open space, a 74-acre dry forest preserve, a 30-acre town center known as University Village that will consist of a 120-room hotel and retail, shopping, and commercial amenities to support the adjacent University of Hawaii, West Hawaii campus and surrounding businesses. And lastly, a 20-acre public park. Then 4 years later, in 2009, the applicant wanted to add some industrial uses into the Palamanui project. And project district zoning does not allow industrial uses. So the applicant applied for and secured rezone of 29 acres from project district to industrial commercial mixed zoning. This was to in order to develop 35 lots ranging in size from 20,000 to 62,000 square feet in order to accommodate distribution, wholesaling, retail, office, and other land uses permitted in the MCX district. So this MCX zoned area is part of the larger 70-acre business park, which is located in the northwest portion of the property. And this is the county zoning map. Again, you can see the property outlined in red. The project district zoning is shown in the gray color, and then the 29-acre MCX zone portion is this purple color in the north west portion of the property. Surrounding zoning near Queen Ka'aumano Highway is open, which is shown in the green, the dark green, and agricultural zoning is located to the north and south and east. Makale Estates, which is shown in the blue color, is zone agricultural 3 acres. So many of the conditions that the applicant is requesting to amend are related to roadways in the Palamanui project. And so I want to orient the commission to the names of the various roadways that will be discussed. And what I'd like to suggest is that you have this map available as I go through the requested amendments so that you can see which roads I'm going to be talking about. And this map was sent to you as Exhibit A1 of the background report of the applicant, of the application. So the Queen Ka'aumano Highway is located on the left side of the slide. Maumalohoa Highway is located on the right side of the slide. The Palamanui project is highlighted in yellow. And Ka'iminani Drive is south of the project area, and it extends from Queen Ka'aumano Highway up to Maumalohoa Highway. Of all of these roads that are shown on the map, the only one that is currently constructed is the one shown in pink. And that is referred to as Road 3A. It's also referred to as Anikeoho-Kolole Highway. And it extends from Ka'iminani Drive up to the southern property boundary of Palamanui. And just to the east of the road in this general location here is the new University of Hawaii campus at Palamanui. You'll also notice this large pink circle on the map, and that is to indicate that this area is a transit-oriented development area designated in the Kona CDP. You can also see that it has a note on it for 10-minute walk, and that shows that from the center of the circle out to the edge is a 10-minute walk in all directions. So the intent, obviously, of the transit-oriented developments is to create more mixed-use, walkable communities. Okay, the next road that I want to point out is this road in red that runs north-south through the middle of the Palamanui project. On this map, it's referred to as Main Street, but in the conditions, it will be referred to as Anikeoho-Kolole Extension or Road 3A Extension. The next major road we have is University Drive. That is shown in the light blue color. It extends from Queen Ka'aumano Highway all the way up to Makale Drive. And that's also referred to as Road 2. We also have Road 2C, which is shown in orange. This was the location of the original University Drive, but Palamanui has since shifted it more northerly to the light blue alignment. We also have Road 6A, which is shown in green, and Road 1, which is also referred to as the Future Connector Road. This Road 1 is meant as a connection between Maumalohoa Highway and Queen Ka'aumano Highway. And I do want to point out that prior to the recent master plan changes that Palamanui has gone through, Road 1, the Future Connector Road, was planned to come off of Road 6A, the green alignment, generally in this location here, and extend up to the highway. Because Public Works requested that this red segment be referred to as the Ani Keoho Kaloli extension, Palamanui has agreed to shift the connection of Road 1 to this red road alignment here. And so you'll see in the conditions, there's reference to Ani Keoho Kaloli Highway. Sometimes it mentions Road 6A, sometimes Road 3A. The new proposal is to have Road 1 come off of Road 3A, which is Ani Keoho Kaloli Highway. So I hope that is clear. Next, I'll be going through Palamanui's phasing plan, and I want to do that before getting into their requests so that you can understand the timing of these improvements, as well as the park and road improvements that go along to support that development. So this is the Phase 1 plan, and for Phase 1, Palamanui is focusing on developing close to the university campus in order to get that mixed-use commercial and residential support for the campus sooner rather than later. So this area generally here is referred to as the University Village, and this is where the majority of the commercial development is going to be located in the Palamanui project. So for Phase 1, you have a 60-room hotel, which is shown in a light purple color. You have about 30,000 square feet of commercial, which is shown in the pink. You have approximately 250 residential units, which is shown in the peach color just east of the Ani Keoho Kaloli Highway. Before we move on to Phase 2, I want to point out a couple other features of the property. Up on the Mauka north side of the property is the Dry Forest Preserve. You also have 2 historic trails running through the property, which are slated for preservation. And an interim sewage treatment plant is located just west of the housing and park area, and then a permanent sewage treatment plant located closer to Queen Kahumanu Highway. There is also a significant setback buffer along the highway. This area is this area is designated open in the general plan, and there is a condition in the state land use boundary amendment for this property that requires that this area be kept open and natural except for utilities. So their Phase 2 plan is to, I'm sorry, let me go back. Another feature of the Phase 1 plan that's not shown on here, but it is in the conditions, is to develop a 10-acre public park, generally in this location here. Phase 2 plan.
Can I interrupt for just a second? Generally in which area? I don't know whether you're pointing to something, but it's not coming up on the screen, so.
Oh, you can't see my pointer at all, Nancy?
I cannot. I don't know if anybody else can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No pointer.
The park area is located just west of the purple hotel square. Does that help? Okay. So the Phase 2 plan is to extend the development north along the Ani Keoho Kaloli Highway extension. And in Phase 2, another 200 residential units are proposed north of what will be University Drive. Phase 3 plans also continued to develop out the University Village with another 30,000 square feet of commercial, which is shown in the pink. Another 60 rooms of hotel, which is shown in the purple. Additional 50 residential units, which is shown in the peach color north of University Drive. And then the main improvement in phase 3 would be development of the business park. The business park is shown in the yellow color as well as the pink MCX zoned color. The significant improvement as far as roadways go for phase 3 is the intersection at Queen Kahumanu Highway, as well as connection of University Drive all the way up to Anikeahokulole Highway Extension. And then the last phase of the project would be further build out of the business park, further build out of the town center with up to 210,000 square feet of commercial, and build out of the remaining 616 residential units on the Mauka side of the property. So the applicant has 8 requests, and the first request is to amend condition S, which would change the scope and timing of public park improvements. The second request is to amend condition V, which also changes the scope and timing of road improvements. And in condition V, there are 7 specific amendments they're requesting. One is related to University Drive, to the Queen Kahumanu Highway University Drive intersection, to signalization of the Kai'iminani Drive Anikeahokulole Highway intersection, related to the Anikeahokulole Highway extension, and related to the future connector road, Road 1. They're also requesting to delete condition V6 related to Makale Drive and to add a new condition related to Road 6A. So I'm going to go through these individually. The amendment to condition S, which is the park improvement condition. The current condition requires development of a 20-acre park site prior to issuance of a building permit for the 101st residential unit. That would occur in phase 1. It would include baseball and softball fields, soccer field, dog park, comfort station, and parking, and all of the improvements are to be dedicated to the county. So the change that the applicant is proposing is to still provide a 20-acre park, 20 acres for park, but break it into 2 segments. The first would be to develop a 10-acre public park prior to issuance of a building permit for the 251st residential unit, which would occur in phase 2. The park would include a baseball field, a soccer field, dog park, comfort station, and parking. And again, all improvements would be dedicated to the county. The second change would be to provide a 10 acres of undeveloped land for park and neighborhood open space within 6 months of requests from the county. And then Palamanui is also proposing to prepare a park master plan that will be reviewed by the Department of Parks and Rec. Nancy, do you think it would be more helpful to take questions on each amendment as we go through, or do you think the commission would like to hear the whole presentation and then ask questions?
Well, that's an idea. It might make it simpler.
Yeah, it's a lot of information I'm going to be
Right.
presenting, so I don't know which the commission would prefer.
Do you guys want to weigh in at all? Does anybody have any preference? Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. I don't mind taking it condition by condition,
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
and then we can, although the benefit of having the doing it at the end is that the applicant can comment on it as well.
Right.
So I guess maybe it would make sense to go through the presentation, and then we can ask the questions when the applicant's available to answer.
Well, we have an opportunity to ask questions of Maya and of the department.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll ask the question now then about this. Has Division of Parks and Rec commented on this?
Yes, they
proposed
have.
change?
Yes, they have. They were in support of it, and they provided a memo that should be in your background report. It is Exhibit 11.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else from the commission have any questions about that first condition that Maya mentioned? And please speak up if you do, because I can't see all of your faces. Looks like we're good, Maya. Go ahead, proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before I get into the road condition changes, again, I'd like to refer you to Exhibit A1 of
You got muted, Maya.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so before I proceed with the road conditions, I'd like to refer you again to Exhibit A1. If you follow along in Exhibit A1, you can see which road numbers I'm referring to. Okay, so the first amendment request is to, I think I jumped ahead. Hold on just a second. Okay. The First Amendment request is related to condition V1A for University Drive or Road 2. The current condition required construction of University Drive from Queen Kahumanu Highway to 800 feet Malka of Road 3A, simultaneous to the opening of the first building constructed for the UH or before July 2012, whichever occurs first. Construction of the remaining portion of University Drive to Makalei Drive upon its completion. Current condition also required an 88-foot right-of-way from Queen Kahumanu Highway to Road 6A and did not specify a right-of-way from Road 6A to Makalei Drive. So the proposed change to this condition would provide for construction of University Drive from Queen Kahumanu Highway to Road 3A prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any building within Phase 3. Construction of the remaining portion of University Drive up to Makalei Drive would be done as part of Phase 4. And then lastly, the proposed change would specify a 60-foot right-of-way from Road 6A to Makalei Drive. The next amendment request is related to the Queen Kahumanu Highway University Drive intersection. The current condition required construction of the intersection prior to opening of the first building constructed for the UH, or before a certificate of occupancy is issued for any portion of the subject property, or the completion of any single-family home, whichever occurs first. The proposed change to this condition would allow construction of the intersection prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any building within phase 3. The next amendment is related to signalization of the Kai'imanani Drive on Ikeohokalole Highway intersection. The current condition required construction of Road 3A between Kai'imanani Drive and University Drive within a 120-foot right-of-way prior to opening of the first building for the UH, or before July of 2012. This road has been constructed. This is the hot pink road on Exhibit A1, and it has been constructed from Kai'imanani Drive up to the University of Hawaii, just south of Palamanui's property. And this is referred to as the Anikeohokalole Highway. So the proposed change for this condition would be to add language requiring that the Kai'imanani Drive Anikeohokalole Highway intersection be signalized prior to issuance of building permits for more than 500 residential units or lots, and prior to issuance of occupancy permits for more than 30,000 square feet of commercial area and more than 60 hotel units, or whenever the Department of Public Works reasonably determines it is warranted. And so what this does is, I should back up a little bit. The applicant had a traffic assessment done in 2017, and that traffic assessment showed that this Kai'imanani Drive Anikeohokalole intersection could accommodate up to 500 residential units, 30,000 square feet of commercial, and 60 hotel units prior to the need for signalization. And so the first 2 phases of the Palamanui development could be done with all of the traffic for Palamanui going through that intersection. And then in phase 3 is when the signalization would be warranted according to the traffic study. The next condition, okay, I'm getting a message saying that I'm not in the presentation screen, so let me try to fix that for just a minute. That way you'll be able to see the larger presentation. Just give me 1 minute here. Nancy, are you able to see a large screen, or do you see the notes on the right side?
The notes on the right side.
Okay.
I'm looking on a monitor, so it's easy enough for me to read, but it may not be so for everyone.
Yeah, I want to make sure that it's nice and large once we get to the maps. Okay. Just give me 1 minute here. How about now? Do you still see the notes?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, are any of you having a hard time seeing this? Barbara seems okay. Are you thumbs up? Jay and Mark, can you guys see?
Yeah.
Harry, Max, I can't see you guys.
It's clear here.
Okay.
Hi, Jeff. Okay. 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 How do I share? I can't.
I have some questions on what's been presented already.
I don't know.
Okay, hold off, Mark.
Okay, hold on. So I start first and then I'm sorry, Nancy, just give me 1 minute, please.
No problem. Go ahead. Maya, let's just go with whatever comes up right now. I think all the commissioners said they're okay. Hey. There we go. Okay. Okay, Maya, I think that's what you wanted. You're on mute.
Okay, sorry, Nancy. I appreciate yours and the commission's patience. I
Nope.
was sharing the wrong screen. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Van Pernis had a question. So are you at a point where,
Sure.
before you get into the next phase here?
Yep.
Mr. Van Pernis, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Uh, a couple of areas to cover. I noticed that there's a reference to connections with Macaulay Drive. Although Macaulay Drive is a private road, gated at the bottom and gated at the top. Macaulay Drive the construction does not go all the way to the boundary of the Palamanui property. I noticed Mr. Fuki's letter picked this up, and the Kent letter also picked this up, and there's some changes in the proposed ordinance, but there's still many references to Macaulay Drive, and I assume the county's not proposing that the strip between the road itself and Palamanui's property be condemned, or that Palamanui trespass on the land to connect to that private road. You do mention that later in the proposed ordinance that the road is private and not available. So you've changed some references in the proposed ordinance to running Road 6A up to the boundary of the Palamanui property. But there's other references running it to Macaulay Drive, which assumes the improvements not adjacent to Palamanui. Can you change all of the references to the to the boundary of Palamanui rather than Malia Drive or Macaulay Drive for clarity's sake, so we don't end up with a condemnation or trespass?
So I'm hearing you mention Road 6A and Macaulay Drive, and Road 6A does not connect to Macaulay Drive. University Drive does. And your concern about Macaulay Drive being a private road, that is correct. And that is why the applicant is requesting to delete one of the conditions in recognition that they do not own Macaulay Drive and that it is a private road, and that unless condemned by the county sometime in the future, it would remain a private road.
There's several references to Macaulay Drive in your presentation and then a proposed ordinance. I agree that you do note that Macaulay Drive is private. I'm suggesting, as Mr. Fugi has, and as Kent has, that the reference to connections of any parliamentary roads be deleted, since Macaulay Drive does not abut Palamanui property, and that the boundary be, or the end of the Palamanui roads, whatever they may be as Mr. Fugi said, and as the proposed ordinance refers to at one point, the boundary of the Palamanui property. Otherwise, the implication is that there should be condemnation or trespass onto the Macaulay property to connect with the improved road, which does not go with the boundary.
Commissioner Van Pernis, if you could point out those references that you're concerned about, I'd be happy to look at those. But if condition V6 is deleted as is being proposed, I think your concerns would be addressed.
I don't think so, because there are many references in the proposed ordinance that the applicant will connect with Macaulay Drive.
Okay, as I suggested, if you could point out where those references are in the ordinance, I'd be happy to look at them.
I will do so.
Thank you.
Maybe you can note those, Mark, and we'll get back to that later. Any other questions from the commissioners at this point? Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Maya.
Okay. All right, so the next condition amendment would be related to condition V3 for the Ani-Keoho-Kalole Highway extension, or the Road 3A extension. The current condition states that Road 6A, as I mentioned before, is referred to as Ani-Keoho-Kalole Highway, but this alignment has been shifted to the west, and now Road 3A is referred to as Ani-Keoho-Kalole Highway. As I mentioned before, this request was made by Public Works, and the applicant was agreeable to shift the location of the highway. The current condition also specifies that Palamanui construct a half-section, 2-lane road within a 120-foot right-of-way. The condition does not specify timing of when that be done, but it does indicate that the road is to be dedicated to the county when the county requires it to connect to Road 1. So the proposed change to this condition is basically just to change the timing of when the road is to be dedicated. They're requesting to dedicate the road to the county upon request. The next amendment, V4, is related to Road 1, the future connector road. The current condition indicates that Road 1 will extend from Road 6A to Mamalahoa Highway. It is to be a 120-foot right-of-way within state-owned lands. Those are located just north of the Palamanui property. And then 88-foot right-of-way over private-owned lands up to Mamalahoa Highway. The condition specifies that the county is to obtain the right-of-way outside of the applicant's property for this road, and that the applicant will construct the road at its sole cost and expense as a 2-lane county dedicable collector road, including shoulders and swales, no later than 6 years after the entire right-of-way is acquired. Lastly, the current condition requires completion of the road to be secured by bond prior to granting final subdivision approval on the property containing single-family residential lots. The applicant is proposing to change the condition to extend Road 1 from Road 3A up to Mamalahoa Highway, and to defer construction or bonding of Road 1 until the 900th residential unit. This is the conditioner that Commissioner Van Pernis and I were talking about. The request is to delete condition V6 related to Macaulay Drive. The current condition states that at the western end of Macaulay Drive, the applicant is to provide safety improvements necessary to make a safe transition to University Drive. Macaulay Drive is a minor road and will not be open to the public as a through street until Road 1 is open for public use. And the applicant is requesting to completely delete this condition because they do not own Macaulay Drive, and so therefore are not able to make any safety improvements or transition improvements to connect University Drive to Macaulay Drive. And the next condition is to add condition V7. This is related to Road 6A. The new condition would state that Road 6A will be a public road within a 60-foot right-of-way, and constructed in conjunction with any of the project's development requiring access to or from Road 6A. So those are the requested amendments to rezone ordinance 09132 for the project district. And then for agenda item number 2, they are requesting one amendment to ordinance 09131. This is for the MCX zone portion of the property within the business park. So for this condition, Paula Manui is requesting to amend condition E to provide a 5-year time extension to secure final subdivision approval within the business park. The applicant has several reasons for the request. The proposed changes to the ordinances are necessary to conform the Paula Manui project to the Kona CDP and the master plan that was created in compliance with the CDP, to facilitate the continued development of the UH West Hawaii campus and align construction of the Paula Manui project with the planned University Village, as well as to update the Paula Manui project to current market demand and conditions, including traffic conditions. As I mentioned before, Paula Manui had a traffic assessment prepared in 2017, and that traffic assessment informed their phasing plan. And so Paula Manui is requesting that completion of these roadway improvements be triggered with the actual traffic impact or need generated by the development as laid out in the traffic assessment. This is an aerial photo of the property. It was taken, I believe, June of last year. You can see the property outlined in yellow, Queen Kaumanu Highway along the western edge of the property. There is a rough graded road along the University Drive Road 2C alignment, which runs along the southern property boundary, all the way up to the eastern property boundary near Makale Drive. And then you can see the University of Hawaii, West Hawaii campus just south of the property. That's shown with the white buildings in concrete. And then the existing Anikeaho-Kololi Highway extends from the southern property boundary down to Kaiminani Drive, which is just off of this screen. There is a base yard in the north west corner of the property. You can see a couple structures there. And I believe that is generally the location of the future sewer treatment plant. And these are a few photos of the property and the University of Hawaii campus. So this photo on the top left was taken at the very end of Anikeaho-Kololi Highway. There's a cul-de-sac at the end of the road, and this view is looking southeast towards the university buildings. Then if you turn around, if you're standing in the cul-de-sac and turn around and look towards the Paula Manui property, that would be what you see in the lower right-hand image. And so the Road 3A extension, or Anikeaho-Kololi Highway extension, would take off in the general area of where the orange cone is located and go directly north. The planning director's recommendations. So for rezone 0510, this is for the project district ordinance. The planning director generally agrees with the intent of all of the applicant's requested amendments, deletions, and additions, and recommends the Leeward Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation to the County Council to amend ordinance number 09132 with the modifications shown in the draft bill. And there are several modifications Palamanui, as you know, was scheduled for hearing last month. And since then, Palamanui and the Planning Department and Public Works have been working really closely together to try to find some agreement in the phasing and some of the improvements related to roadways. So my understanding is that the recommendation you have before you for both ordinances is agreeable to Palamanui. And I'm just going to, rather than go through every little change in each of the draft bills, I'm going to point out some of the significant things that the Planning Department is recommending. So the first one is to provide an emergency access road within the Road 2C right-of-way from Queen Kahumanu Highway to Anikehokololi Highway prior to occupancy within Phase 1. And the reason for this is that throughout Phase 1 and 2 development, all of the traffic from Palamanui will be going down Anikehokololi Highway to Kaimanani Drive. And so the department wanted to have some type of emergency access road so that first responders can use the road if they're coming to or from Queen Kahumanu Highway directly up to the University Village through the Palamanui property. The second, and as I mentioned, Palamanui has already rough graded this roadway, so they felt that this was not a significant burden or requirement to provide in Phase 1. The second recommendation from the director would be to add a condition allowing for development of the business park in an earlier phase. Currently, it's proposed in Phase 3. Provided, however, that the intersection at Queen Kahumanu Highway and University Drive up to the Anikehokololi Highway is constructed prior to occupancy within the phase. And then the main reason for that is that the CDP policies recommend providing connectivity when you have two developed areas. So once the business park starts to develop out, we're recommending that connection of University Drive between the business park and the University Village be made. And then the last recommendation would be to add a 20-year construction completion deadline for full build out of the project. And typically when we have very large projects, as I mentioned before, this is a 700+ acre property. The build out timeline is consistent with a 20-year construction completion, and Planning Department often recommends such a long-term construction completion deadline for very large projects, such as some of our resorts that we've had developed. So those are the three recommendations that are significant to rezone 0510. And then for the MCX zone property, rezone 0994, the director is also recommending a favorable recommendation be forward to County Council to amend ordinance number 9131. The applicant requested a 5-year time extension, but when we looked at their development phasing plans for the business park and the MCX area, it aligned more with like a 10 to 14-year time frame. So the director is recommending providing a 10-year time extension rather than 5 years to align with the anticipated construction of the business park in Phase 3 and 4. We're also recommending adding language requiring construction of the Queen Kahumanu Highway intersection and University Drive up to Anikehokololi Highway prior to final subdivision approval for the business park, since the intersection and road will serve as the primary access to the business park. And that concludes my presentation. I know that's a lot of information to take in, so I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission has.
Thank you very much, Maya. Mr. Van Pernis.
Yes, thank you. I have the sections that I referred to in my earlier question. Let me turn to those. In the proposed ordinance on page 19, under section 1, it refers to the applicant connecting to Macaulay Drive. I think that should refer to as stated in page 14, the proposed project, or excuse me, Polynui project report of May 2020. It says eastern edge of the project property. Also, section 1B on page 19 of the proposed ordinance, it refers to connecting to Macaulay Drive. And that should again say the eastern edge. Now there's no question it's a private road, and I don't think the county intended to condemn or force trespass onto the Macaulay property to get to the approved part of Macaulay Drive. So it should say eastern boundary. That was picked up in one place, but not in those places in the ordinance.
Maya?
Commissioner Van Pernis, can I stop you for just a second? So I think I understand what happened here. I think you're looking at the current ordinance 09132 that's in the background report. And
that's correct.
That is
the
not
one that shows all the changes.
Yeah, so these were the prior changes done in 2009. So the ordinance or the draft bill that the department is recommending is on the orange goldenrod form. So what I'd like to do is refer you to page 19. I'm sorry, not 19. Wrong one. Let's look at page 9 of page 9 and 10 of the goldenrod.
Let me turn to that.
Okay. Actually, you know what? It's just page 10 of the goldenrod, and it is under C.
The second page 10?
Oh, you know what?
Page 9, section 1. It refers to going to Macaulay Drive. That should be corrected to the eastern boundary of the Polynui property.
I understand what you're saying now, Mr. Van Pernis.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And also in section B on page 10, it says to Macaulay Drive. And again, that should be to the eastern edge.
Okay.
And then there's reference, I'm not sure where it is in the golden document, but it says that Macaulay Drive shall not be open to the public until Road 1 is completed. To avoid controversy, the open to the public should be deleted because that's a private road and it can't be open to the public absent a condemnation, which would be mighty expensive of that road. It's gated at the bottom and the top.
Yeah, so I think on page 17, you'll see at the very top, we are recommending completely deleting that condition.
Page 17.
Yeah, of the goldenrod. At the very top.
Okay, that entire section is deleted.
Correct.
All right, I have a couple other questions on another subject.
Okay.
Um,
So just to clarify, we'll check with the applicant. I'm sure they agree, but I understand why you're wanting to change those references to connection of Macaulay Drive. So staff will look through and make sure that there's nothing else that we missed.
Yeah,
and
there is one other point, and this relates to this subject matter. The water system that is required, that's from a tank on a property joining Mamaloa owned by Palawanui, correct?
I don't have the details to the property ownership, but I'm sure that Mr. Harris can respond to that question.
All right, now that property has gated and improved access from Mamaloa. And where is the easement from that property down to Palawanui for the water line?
Again, I would
let the applicant deal with.
Okay, if you don't know,
for
we'll
the
leave it to the applicant.
Okay.
And then also, there's a provision, I believe, I don't know if it's in a golden copy, where access is allowed on Macaulay Drive to construction vehicles of Palawanui for work on the water line. Now, that's a private road, so that, and I assume the county of Palawanui is not going to pay for damages or the bond that the Palawanui Association requires. And also, the easement, I believe, goes along the northern edge of the property, off the Macaulay property, not down Macaulay Drive. Macaulay Drive is not on the eastern edge, so there's various side roads which have names. So that particular provision should be deleted because there's no access from Macaulay Road to the area of the easement. And in addition, there's improved lots adjoining the easement so that if they tried to get construction vehicles over there, assuming they had some permission, they'd have to destroy some of the improvements. So that provision should be deleted as well. That concerns the water.
Seems like maybe we want to have the applicant address that as well. Or did you want to respond, Maya?
That's in the ordinance.
Maya?
I would suggest deferring this to the applicant because I'm not as aware as Mr. Van Pernis is about all of the easements?
Well, regardless of the easement, the provision I'm concerned with is the ordinance providing for access to Palanui on Macaulay Drive for construction vehicles to work on the water line, even though they have other access. That
Furnace, can you specifically state what you're referring to, please?
I will find it and refer to it.
Okay. All right. Any other commissioners?
Other questions?
Okay. Any other commissioners have questions? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I will wait to ask a couple more questions until the applicant has the opportunity to respond.
Okay, very good. All right, well, we can take a minute to find that, and otherwise,
Chairman, Guy Smith?
who's speaking? Roger.
Yes, I can clarify that, I think.
Roger, I'd rather, let's wait, okay?
Okay.
Till your presentation, thank you. Mark, I want to suggest that we hold on. You can work on figuring that out, but let's hold off until the applicant has made their presentation.
Fine.
And so if there are no other questions from commissioners to staff right now, to Maya, then we will thank her for her presentation and all your work on this. Thank you, Maya. And I suggest that we take a little break. Are you guys good with 10 minutes? All right, 10-minute break. It is 11:17. We'll be back at 11:37. I'm sorry, 11:27. Thank you.
Nancy, I have that section now. I can easily refer it to the planning department.
Okay, when we come back to order, you can. Thank you. How are we doing? Max, Barbara, great. Rochelle, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Are we all good to?
I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Yes, we can move forward.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It's 11:29. And since we'll be proceeding to the applicant's presentation, I wanted to make sure that all of you are back. If you can show your faces. Mr. Van Pernis, I realized that you found what you were referring to. If you can be brief, you can go ahead and mention that, but we want to move into the applicant's presentation so that we can ask questions after.
Right after that, that's fine. Forms for the planning department, it's on page 19 of the golden copy, former section I, new section Y. And it says construction vehicles shall not utilize, etc.
What's your objection to that?
Excuse me?
What is your objection to the new Y?
The new Y states an exception. The last couple of lines say, except for the strict construction work within Markley Estates.
Okay, I gotcha.
And etc. First of all, I believe this section was written before Markley was developed, not developed, and before the lot for the wells, mains, and tanks is referred to there. The lot of Mamahoa that has an access into it. So there's no need to go on Macaulay Drive. It doesn't access that easement anyway. So I'm asking for the deletion of everything in that section from the word except to the word tanks.
All right, thank you. We'll let the applicant address that. All right, So we have, for the applicant, I believe we have Steve Colon. If you folks can show your cameras, please. Roger Harris, Sid Fuki, Laura and Ross, if you're planning on speaking. Norm Stewart. Is Paul K. not here? John Knox is here. Greg Chun dropped off. Steve Lim is here. Jason Knable is here. Is there anyone else? I was told that Guy Lamb might be joining in, but I haven't seen his name. So, all right. Can all of you folks please raise your right hand? I need to see your faces if you have a camera. Hi, Steve. Steve Lim, John Knox, Ross, anybody that is going to be speaking needs to be sworn in. Hi, Steve.
Hey.
Okay, then Ross will not be sworn in. Jason Knable, are you there? All right, so we're going to swear in Steve Lim, Steve Colon, Sid, Roger Harris, John Knox, and thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Yes. All right.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. In whatever order you folks decide to present, please state your name, your area of residence. We need to know if you received the Planning Department's background report and recommendation, and if you agree with it or you have any comments about that, and then you can also give us your presentation. So who's going first?
Members of the commission and Chairman Nancy Carson, this is Roger Harris representing Palamanui. And I just wanted to make a brief comment about Commissioner Van Pernis's comment on the Mockley Drive. There is, we don't object to eliminating condition Y in the director's recommendation, except that it's just a simple fact that there are 2 easement lots within Mockley Estate subdivision that are intended for future water reservoirs and improvements to the county water system. Could be at some time in the future some
Switch map.
easements.
Hey, Noriko, please.
Would you repeat that, please, because it was broken up and we can't hear it.
Noriko, thank you, Noriko. Yeah, Roger, you're a little bit muffled. Do you guys still have a second computer or phone on in the room?
Yes, we have 2 computers on right here, but can
okay.
You
that doesn't work, we've found.
turn that one down? Hello. How's it now?
So who's in the room with you, Roger?
Steve Colon has another little computer on. We can turn that one off. Well, it's disconnected now. Are we okay? Hello, Chairman Nancy?
No, it's still muffled, and whoever's in the room with you can't speak when you're trying to speak as well.
Right.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
My comment was on condition Y, which relates to Mockley Drive and future construction. We don't object to eliminating that condition, but it's a fact that there are 2 water tank easement lots in Mockley Estate subdivision that at some point in the future, either we or the water department will have to go in and build future reservoirs to complete the water system and provide fire pressure down the hill.
Understood. Okay, you're still a little muffled, Roger. If you have 2 computers in the room, can one person move to a different room? It would make everything work better.
We don't have another computer on in the room. And this,
okay.
this is what we have. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's just a little muffled, and maybe it's your microphone. I'm not sure. We'll do the best we can. Thank you.
Okay, I
Go
think
ahead.
the best sequence now would be for John Knox to make his short comments, and then he can go, and then Steve Cologne will make some small remarks. Thank you.
So, Roger, did you want to comment? Did you receive the director's recommendation, and do you folks agree, or are you going to object to anything? It'd be good for us to know that right now.
No, we're in agreement with the director's report.
Okay.
We've been working very long on it with the department, so we are in agreement. Thank you.
I understand that you folks have collaborated nicely with the planning department, and we all appreciate that. Okay. Go ahead. Mr. Knox, please. Mr. Knox, I believe you're muted.
Okay, I hope I'm unmuted now.
There you go.
And we'll stay so. Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
My submitted testimony, which is
He's breaking up. We can't hear what he's saying.
okay.
Yeah, Mr. Knox, you're garbled,
Okay.
but appreciate it, Mark, if you don't speak out.
I'm going to try it this way. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Start again. Commission members, I'm John Knox, a consultant for Pulamanui. My written submitted testimony comes from a summary of a 2015 report co-authored with Greg Chun, who was also to testify, but I will now summarize my summary. In 2020 dollars and with ripple effects, the developer has already injected $51 million into the Hawaii County economy from early spend on infrastructure benefiting the nearby campus and or the wider community. And we're talking about water system, access road to the campus, and other direct funding to the university. And the build out of the University Village project, it is estimated would generate more than $550 million in total construction output, 1,840 operational jobs to build out. Beyond that, question of a few for the campus continues to stand in isolation for those support community. We scoured the national collegiate planning organization in the country to find any example of any successful campus anywhere with no support community. We could not, and every organization planning expert we talked to expressed great doubts that this would be possible. Dr. Chun was for him, or could say that
John, you're breaking up a bit. Maybe you could try turning off your camera, and let's see if your audio will be better without the camera, please.
Okay. Is my audio any better?
Yes, I think so.
It is.
So if you could share briefly what Dr. Chun was planning on sharing with us, that'd be great.
A couple pages of testimony, I'll sort of try to through it. He started by wanting to clarify that he was not to be here today in his capacity as a current university employee, but rather as his former capacity as consultant to Pulamanui. And he noted that as we concluded in the report, if the Pulamanui campus stands physically isolated as it is now, the social and economic value of the project to the community will be significantly limited as growth potential of the campus itself. When a campus is geographically isolated without easy access to service and amenities, growth is challenged. In speaking with Palamanui leadership, which he and I did lately, their isolation continues to create transportation, access, housing, childcare, and food service challenges that the campus simply cannot meet on their own. Program growth is also impacted by isolation because of the specific mission of community colleges, where there is a particular focus on career technical pathways. These programs typically require lab space and apprenticeships where hands-on learning can be conducted. When the campus is isolated, finances are challenged, as Palamanui currently is. They must rely more on community partnerships with businesses where that kind of hands-on learning can take place. And he notes that when we did our outreach 5 years ago, there was actually interest on the part of some of the collegiate organizations in using Palamanui as a case study to look at how the mutual benefits develop over time, given the fact that we have a unique situation here. It's this co-development of the university and community in tandem. That's not common elsewhere, where most mixed-use developments occurring near and around university campuses involve revitalizing already developed space. So, and he had some further comments, but I think we'll just.
Thank you. Anything else, John?
Thank you.
Okay, Roger, what's next?
Pretty much.
Oh, there you go. Roger, I didn't hear you. Can you unmute, please?
Hang on. Hi, this is Steve. I'm going to go next. And I know you can hear me because I'm doing this on an iPad.
Hi, Steve.
Old laptop these guys are using in the room 6 feet away from me or more. Hi, everybody. My name's Steve Colon. I live in Kailua. And whenever I would participate in races here, they would say, and from Kailua, Kona, Steve Colon. Actually, it's Kailua, Oahu. So anyway, I know we've been here for a while, and I just wanted to make a brief statement. I am the Hawaii Division President for Hunt Companies. That is the managing member of the Palamanui Global Holdings Partnership. And we have been involved in this project since about 2006, I believe. Our vision has always been to build a community around the Hawaii Community College Palamanui. As you know from both testimony and the report that we've worked on with the planning department, we've invested about $22 million to get this Palamanui campus built. And today the fruits of that are evident. They're there, the kids are there, they're going to the college. It's been a great, wonderful educational benefit for the community. The kids can get an associate degree now close to home, and they can then, segue into a 4-year degree either on island or elsewhere in the state. Well, what you have before you is a plan that we've been working on with the county, with the planning department, actually for about, it feels like longer than this, but I believe it's been about 3 years now. And that plan is to create a dynamic community around the college. Planned for 4 phases over a 25 to 30-year time frame. But in order for that to happen, we do need relief, and that relief is requested through this conditions of zoning amendment request. The reality is that the Great Recession, as well as a mandate to build this offsite connector road to Mamalohoa Highway on property that we don't own or control, are some of the reasons that the project has been in a standstill for literally a decade. And as a matter of fact, under the present conditions, the reality is it's just not feasible. The project is not economically feasible to move forward. We've done lots of we've done extensive community research. I certainly feel on behalf of the principals as well that we've really paid our fair share. And I would like to thank the community and the planning department for working closely with us collaboratively to try and help us find a way forward so that we can make this Palamanui Master Plan community a reality. Thank you, Chair Smith, and thank you, members of the Leeward Planning Commission. We're here to answer any questions you may have regarding this application.
Thank you, Steve. Sid, were you planning to speak at this point? No? Okay. All right, so does that conclude your presentation, folks? Okay. All right, so we'll move on to questions from the commissioners. Mr. Van Pernis.
This is a question I believe Mr. Colon or Mr. Knox can answer. It's been 15 years since this was originally approved, and you said the campus needs a support community. Campus has been there since 2015. You're talking another 25, 30 years for completion. When do you intend to start? Can you commit to when you're going to start building this support community?
Go ahead, Steve.
In order for us to go forward with this project, like I said, we have this request in for you. In our fixing these conditions for us will enable us to go out and attract the financing that we would need to go forward. Now, concurrent with that, you have an entire design and permitting process that would probably take about a year. So I would say it would roughly speaking, it would probably be about a year before we could really get rolling with bulldozers moving and stuff like that.
When the first ordinance was approved, did Palawanui have the money to keep their promise to build in 5 years?
When the last zoning amendment was approved, which some of you may remember was way back in 2009, we did extensive, planning and design work after that, and we then made the commitment. This is not something I'm making up. It's in the it was widely covered by the media. We presented a $9.6 million check to the university in order to facilitate the construction of the university campus. We also put in a $5.5 million road to go from Kaimanani to the campus. We put in a $11 million water system and a couple $1 million for electrics. That's $22 million. So I think you could probably say that, yes, we had the money to do that because we did that. We did exactly what we had been asked to do by the community, by the county. And the fruits of that are you have kids right now going to college on the west side that used to be going to school down in Kealikakua in a shopping center. And so, if you're looking, Commissioner Van Pernis, for somebody to give you some input on whether this was a good thing for the community, on whether this was a good thing for the students, on whether this is a good thing for the university, then you can hear it from me. But I would suggest that maybe you might want to ask somebody from the university system that question. Thank you.
That begs the question. That does not answer the question. The question is not whether you spend all this money on college, which I understand. The question is when the original ordinance was passed, did you have the money to build the community that you're seeking permission for now? Or did you have to go find an investor?
Mr. Van Pernis, I find that somewhat irrelevant. That's not what's on the table in front of us at this moment. So I'd like to move on.
Well, let me explain the relevance.
Mr. Van Pernis.
They're speculating.
Noriko,
Are they speculating on the future?
Noriko, will you please? Thank you. I want other commissioners' input, please. Anyone else have some questions? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the hunt companies, where the background is, where the money comes from, all of that.
Yes,
Who wants to
Commissioner.
answer that? Steve, go ahead.
I'll take on that, Commissioner Matusik. Thank you for the question. Hunt Companies is a family-owned company headquartered in El Paso, Texas. We've been active in Hawaii since the early 90s. We came to Hawaii as a military housing contractor, and we built about 5,500 homes for all branches of the military on Oahu. We now own and operate 7,000 homes for the Navy and the Marine Corps in Honolulu and on Kauai. We also have some other divisions. The division I run, the development group, is very active with projects on every island. We are redeveloping the former Barbers Point Naval Air Station, which is a large master planned community, 550 acres on the west side of Oahu. And like Palamanui, it has a whole range of uses. We have an affordable housing affiliate that provides financing for affordable housing projects all over the state, and they've been they're the most active syndicator in Hawaii. We've done multiple projects on the Big Island, in Hilo, and I'm not sure about Kona, but I know for sure in Hilo. We have a general contracting affiliate as well. So I could go on and on, but we're a very substantial company with a lot of experience in Hawaii.
And what would the funding source be for the development of Palamanui?
Funding for real estate projects always involves a mix of what we call debt and equity. So we've already put in a very, very extensive amount of equity. We would, in order to fund the improvements or the additional improvements, you would go to your traditional sources. That could be lending, that could be through local banks. Because of our balance sheet and the balance sheet of our partner, we would probably, we might look to get some financing from mainland as well. We could bring in equity partners, or we might even look for, equity investors. It's somewhat of a circular answer there, because each project tends to be, specific project by project.
So basically, once we can secure, if we can secure the requested relief, at that point you'd be seeking out the financing to complete it?
Internal or external. I think most of you know our partner is Charles Schwab. So as you can imagine, that's not that he's obviously substantial. Again, we're, as a developer, we approach various capital sources that tend to be, project by project, depending on the nature of the project.
Okay, thanks. And then, so moving on, and anybody who has the answers, feel free to answer questions. The first thing I point out is, for the most part, what we're looking at is not a reduction in public benefit, but a changing of the schedule for the public benefit. The only exception being the park, the amendment to condition S, I believe it was. And to me, I would be much more comfortable if we were not reducing the scope of the park and reducing the overall public benefit, but instead doing a similar change in schedule, where after 251 units, that would trigger the phase 1 of the park. But then if we could set another trigger down the road for the development of the remaining portion of the park, and then the turning over of that remaining portion of the park to the county already developed, that would make me much more comfortable, having been in a situation where, with the developer that I work for, the county didn't want to accept an uncompleted park, even though it was in the ordinance. And it took us 3 years to convince the county to accept an undeveloped park extension piece. So to me, the public benefit is in completing the park and turning that over to the county. Now, if you need relief in the form of scheduling, saying, we can push that second phase down the road and get some more revenue from later phases before we can complete that. Is that an option?
This is Roger Harris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Member Fatusik. That is an option. However, we're not in favor of that option. And the park started out years ago as a 10-acre park that we would improve, and which is what we're proposing now. And then Councilman Pete Hoffman, at the very last minute back in '07, upped it to a 20-acre park. And
Parks Department didn't even want that.
and the Parks Department was not in favor of that. However, we are willing to go with what we proposed, and that is to provide the second adjacent 10 acres to parks. And they have, by memo, agreed that that's okay with them.
I mean, but to me, looking at the memo, even the memo itself can create a little bit of confusion in where they're saying in concept, we have no objections, or no, excuse me, item B, 10 additional acres for usage, the park expansion and development. These additional lands shall be contiguous and shall be configured and defined in a manner acceptable to the Director of Parks and Recreation.
Yes.
So that gets into the situation that we were in where they didn't want to accept it because they weren't what they wanted. Whereas, if we're making the commitment to building it out, whatever that may be, it doesn't have to be what this long, very detailed description that's included in the existing condition. But if there is a plan for what is going to go in there that's going to adequately serve the community, it can be implemented in phases with the growth of the project. To me, that's a better option that serves the public.
Nancy?
Well, we would like to keep the condition as it's written. We have, if you look at it, we need to meet with Parks Department and flesh this out, but we have met with them several times over the years. And the concept is pretty simple. The land is directly adjacent to the first 10 acres. So, respectfully, we'd like to stick with the wording as is.
Nancy?
Faye, go ahead.
My concern is, I know it's kind of maybe redundant, but, I understand what you all are saying about, things being, costly and put off. For me, it would be more important that there's, students are able to go to school, there's housing for students, there's affordable housing in the area, and a park is nice, but a park is not all that important right now. And the county, I'm not saying it in a bad way, they have so many parks, so many places to take care of that it has become somewhat of a concern that they're not all that thrilled about parks, because they do not take care of the parks the way that they should take care of the parks. And I speak from firsthand experience, because I'm sorry, but I'm always calling the county because certain things are not taken care of at various parks on this island. And so for me, it would be more important for me to understand what has stopped or limited the university moving forward. So there is housing. I very honestly was not even aware of where the campus is. I wasn't even aware that I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. But I think that it's more important that, we have students who are able to go to school, a place for them to live, whether it's, housing for the students, affordable housing for people who may live there. That's most important, rather than trying to put in different infrastructures that can wait.
Thank you, Faye. Any response?
I move away.
Go ahead, Chief.
We agree with those comments, and not only that, again, 10 years ago, this is exactly what was in what we had already worked out with the planning department. And it was Councilman Hoffman at the time that said he wanted a park twice the size. The representative of the county parks department at the time in 2009 said, we don't want that. We don't have have the capacity. Just like the other councilwoman just mentioned here, they said, we can't take care of the parks we have. And so I feel strongly that this proposed language here is acceptable and is something that makes sense, for us.
Mike, are you okay with backing off on that? Mike Fatusik, you're on mute.
I think that's something that the county council is going to have to weigh in on since they're the approving body on it. It's my opinion that this should be worded in a way that doesn't allow for any ambiguity in the future, and that the design of the park, in keeping with the approval to allow the maximum of public benefit, be done. And whether we're phasing that to allow for more revenue to come in before that's completed, I don't have a problem with that at all. But I don't want to look at us in terms of reducing public benefit from a project in order for it to proceed. I think that giving the relief in the form of time to allow for them to generate revenue off of that is significant relief. And so, to me personally, I feel like I don't believe in reducing public benefit for the sake of the development to move forward when that's what's already been agreed upon. I'm totally okay with extending the schedule and all that, but again, that's something we're just a recommending body on this. It's something that the county council is going to have to go forward with.
Thank you. Sid, did you have something you wanted to say? Can't hear you, Sid. Sorry. Mr. Van Pernis.
As Mr. Cologne said, the 20-acre park was agreed to 10 or 15 years ago. The need has increased. And I think I agree with Mr. Fatusik that the public benefit should not be reduced. If anything, it should be increased because it's been so long. And this relates to the traffic study that's been done, that is referred to. The traffic study is 4 years old. It's already outdated. And it sounds, although they won't commit to when they're going to start to build, there'll be 10 or 20 years before this place is built out with thousands of additional cars. So I would suggest that we require another traffic study when construction begins, which could be 20, 30 years after the original approval. Another traffic study. In fact, I think they should return after, let's say, 20 years from the original application to address all of the increased infrastructure needs.
Thank you. Perry, Max, Barbara, any questions? Barbara, go ahead.
I can't tell if Sid is trying to talk to us.
No, he might be talking to
somebody
Michelle. No, he's not.
He's talking to he's talking to Roger. So whatever he has to say, a couple rooms over, we'll find out soon.
Okay, and in the CDP, the way that it views this in open space and parks, and I have to agree with both other commissioners in a way. It's going to be a bigger demand by the time they get around to completing the park. Why not do some infrastructure before you hand it over to the county, that extra 10 acres. Maybe it isn't a full built out thing. Maybe we can meet in the middle there, but we're looking to the future of things. And yes, we need the schools and the housing first. I agree with that. But also these kids are going to need a place to be, and the more that we can provide that now by putting it in here now, I think long-term is an idea that we should look at a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Max or Perry?
I guess my interest is in that main roadway coming down from Macaulay Drive. Is there any real intention of making a connection from the Mauka Highway to Queen Ka'ahuman?
Who wants to, Roger? Roger, I've got you on 2 windows here.
Okay, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see you a lot. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. With respect to the park, I was just talking to Sid Fuki on the phone. Part of the reason for the second phase of the park was that the county and Pete Hoffman and the Parks Department were looking at putting a big regional park at Kealakekee. And this would, by adding 10 acres to our park, it would reduce the need for our park was admitted to be useful for 10 acres, but this would allow additional land if the county wanted to implement a more regional park at Palamanui. That's just background on that park. On the road coming down, yes, we have provided for the road to be built in the future, but way off in the future, which gives us time to get even.
Yeah, he's talking about Macaulay. He's talking about the Macaulay connection.
Macaulay Drive is the location of the water line and the access to Macaulay Estate subdivision. And so that is just as is. And as Mr. Van Pernis mentioned, it's a private road. And there are some emergency uses that could go through there, but beyond the water line improvements, we have no. We can't agree. We can't work on that road. It's a private road.
Okay. Mr. Van Pernis.
Yes, I am quite knowledgeable about Macaulay Road. It's private, gated top and bottom. There's no water line easement under it. The water line easement is to the north. And there's no possibility, in my opinion, of connecting that road up to Mamalahoa with the Palamanui Road. And that is because, first of all, there's going to be that other connector road. And secondly, Macaulay Drive is substandard, the grade's too big. And even more important, if they were going to condemn the county or somebody was going to condemn the private Macaulay Road into a public road, they'd have to pay huge damages to the people on that road. And that's not going to happen. Since this application was originally approved and subsequently amended, that road has been deeded in fee simple to the association, so it's off the table as far as the county and the Palamanui is concerned.
Applicant, is that the way you see it?
No, we have no further comment except to note that the water line and the future reservoirs are constructed in that subdivision. So there will be some future maintenance and work required there.
And you have the easements in place for that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. My personal opinion about the park, having been a part of the park builders group in Waimea, the Waimea District Park, and knowing how the budget doesn't always, it's not always able to fund the maintenance that's required for Parks and Rec with all the parks we do have. I personally think that the way it's written is acceptable. that it should be provided to the county at no cost, and that whatever needs there are at the time that it's conveyed would be addressed at that time. I just think that the needs may change. There may not be any maintenance for it. So I'm personally okay with that, just for whatever that's worth. Anybody else? Max, go ahead.
Okay, I gotta go. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, just to mirror your thoughts on that, Chair Carr Smith, I think parks are important. I think it's good to create these livable and workable areas. I've also noticed that not only with the building of the university itself, that roadway that connects it to Ka'iminani Drive is a very walkable and popular area for a lot of the residents in that area to have somewhere relatively flat to walk without having to go down to Nelha, Otek, or Pine Trees, Kohanaiki area to walk. So seeing as what it is, and then also to mirror your thoughts on the park, to start off with the 10-acre, which I do recall that being part of the proposed project long ago, yet also donating an extra 10 acres. While perhaps not ideal, it does seem to strike balance as far as what the county may be able to do with that property in the future, or create, potentially a dog park or something. At least they have the land in which to develop something in the future with that. Other than that, a lot of this looks like it's trying to strike balance between feasibility and actually moving forward with the project. That's all I have for comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mike? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, my next question is a little bit more difficult, I guess. In looking at the long-term needs of roadways in the community, it's my personal personal belief that the Malcolm Mackay Connector Road, the Road 1, doesn't serve as much of a public benefit as extending the Anikiho-Kalole Highway. And I just wanted to know if there was any discussions between the applicant and the planning department about realigning those conditions so that instead of committing to the creation of a pretty redundant roadway, we could actually get the development of a roadway that would be a tremendous service to the community.
Chair Carr Smith, you're muted.
Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
So there has been discussion over the last few years about that, and that idea came up a few years ago. One of the main reasons that hasn't been pursued yet is because the Land Use Commission decision and order for the Palamanui property requires that they construct a Malcolm Mackay Road at their sole cost and expense. So although the county may be supportive of that idea, we advised Palamanui that they need to go back to LUC and get that condition of their order amended before the county could provide that type of improvement swap.
Mike, do you have any response?
I would love to hear a response from the developer, from the applicant.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clone.
Hi. Well, I would like to point out to the commission that we actually did build the first segment. We spent $5.5 million to build the road from Kaimanani into the campus that will ultimately be connecting with the Anike. So we've actually done that. We've actually done a public benefit to the community by building a road that is very widely used, and I'm told that then every time I drive on it, there's families, kids jogging on it, walking on it. So I definitely know it's getting a lot of use, not just for cars. And again, our request is it stands what it is, and we recognize this is a difficult process we're going through. We've been through it before. We know we still have the county council after this, but again, we feel that the $22 million that we spent is that certainly is all the funding that we have authorized from our owners, and in terms of anything that goes beyond that, we certainly don't have anything more to add than what's in the existing application.
Mike?
Sure. I just want to clarify, nobody's questioning what you guys have done. We know that you've put in a tremendous amount of time and money into public benefit, and the community definitely appreciates that. So we're not talking about what you've done to date. What we're talking about is what is obligated to be done in the future. And you have this obligation hanging over you in that Road 1 construction, which is going to be massive. And all I'm suggesting is that maybe that tremendous, huge obligation could go towards something that would better serve the community and might even end up being less expensive than putting that giant road snaking all the way down.
Thanks, Mike. Barbara, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't really hear you respond to that question that Commissioner Petuzek is asking. So if you went back to the state and were able to take that commitment out, could you go into an agreement to do something else? I mean, are you looking at that?
We, like I said, we have no authorization to go any further beyond what's in this planning, what's in this request to amend the conditions of zoning right now. This is all we have.
Mike.
I mean, I understand where we are now with the requirement coming from the LUC, but I guess what I'm asking is if you guys could, at a later date, after all this has been settled, because we don't have the power to override the LUC now, discuss it internally, figure out if that's a possibility, and if the feasibility is there, if it's more of a benefit for you guys, if it's less expensive to construct that section of the Anakiho-Kalole Highway than the Road 1, that you guys internally discuss that and consider that, because it's not something we can do now.
Certainly will consider that, and not to belabor the already lengthy discussion already. We actually, one of the reasons that we've been doing this, 3 years with the county is because and the planning department is because there was some initial discussion of us going to the LUC first, and we actually went to the LUC first, and instead, basically the guidance we got was no, get the conditions amended at the county level, then we're going to go to the LUC. So we already know we're going to be going to the LUC. We certainly will be taking everything you mentioned and more into consideration. We recognize this is quite a process, lengthy process that still has a ways to play out.
Robin, DPW, I wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to weigh in on this road talk at all.
Thanks, Nancy. I've only been doing this for a couple of years, involved in this particular project, so I wasn't aware that there was a discussion about changing Road 1 with another section of Anakiho-Kalole. I mean, it does sound like it's a possibility. We just don't have another Makamakai road, though. Other than the Kaiminani is the next closest one, so it's definitely a possibility.
Thank you, Robin. Mr. Van Pernis?
Concerning that road, Makai Connect Road in what Mr. Bertugis said. We're making decisions that are not going to be in effect for 10 or 20 years. We're not making it for now. So regardless of whether you feel that Makai connector is necessary now, I feel it's necessary now. But it's certainly going to be needed in 10 or 20 years, since the applicant won't commit to when they're going to start this. I'd assume 10, 20, or even 30 years or more. So I don't think that road should be messed with. I think Mr. Yee has negotiated long and hard in that regard. And I think that we should think about this relates to the parks too. What's going to be in place 10, 20, 30 years from now? Not now. It may, if you don't think it's needed now, although I do, it's certainly going to be needed then. Same thing with the sublights. That's why I'm asking the traffic study to be done 10 years from now, and that be agreed to by the developer. The traffic generated by Palamanui is going to come down Mamaloa too.
Can somebody inform me what the guidelines are for traffic studies? Are they obsolete after a certain period of time, or does something else trigger the need for an updated one? Maya?
Yeah, Chair, I can try to respond to that. So we do have a couple conditions in the ordinance that are asking for an updated traffic study. The Department of Transportation has asked for an updated traffic study prior to construction of University Drive. Then the next point in time where one would be required is if they do not complete full build out within 20 years, they would have to do an updated traffic study when they come in for a time extension to the development period.
Okay. So it sounds like that's addressed. All right. What's next? Any other concerns or questions? Everybody's good? All right. Very good. Mr. Van Pernis.
If I'd like to move to amend.
Yeah, you need to get closer to your microphone, please.
I'd like to move to amend the proposed ordinance contained in Mr. Yee's recommendation to delete the references to Macaulay Drive and substitute for them the eastern boundary of the Palamanui property, and also to delete from except to tanks the language in new proposed condition Y.
We have a motion on the table. Does everybody understand the motion?
I believe the developer has agreed to that.
Chair,
So Steve,
could I get clarity on the change to condition Y?
you repeat, Mark, the change to condition Y, please, as it is on page 19. It's
On condition Y, it's because there is no access to the easement on the north side of the Macaulay property. The area is developed. There's other roads within Macaulay that go to the north, and the location of the well mains and tank of Palamanui is a separate lot that adjoins Mamalahoa and has an access to it improved and gated so that this is still unnecessary. It also would involve, since Makale has become a private road since this was originally drafted, as is acknowledged in changes, that this would involve partial condemnation by the state if they're going to break into the private roads. And I don't think the state wants to do that, or the county wants to do that.
Excuse me.
And then also,
Excuse me, Commissioner Van Pernis, I'm asking, are you requesting to delete the entire condition?
no, as I said, delete from the words except to the word tank.
Okay, thank you.
And so it's totally unnecessary. It would involve a condemnation or a bond or expense to the county and or the developer. And they have access on their lot. They don't need this access.
Thank you. Are you clear now, Maya?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second on this motion? So that we can discuss it further? Mike?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Batusek. Okay, any other conversation about this? Go ahead, Mike.
Just want to confirm again that the developer is okay with that amendment?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Anyone else? Are you good, Faye? All right. Got a motion by Mr. Van Pernis and a second by Mr. Batusek. No more discussion about this? Mr. Van Pernis?
Yes, the motion includes the deletion of the words in new section Y from except to tanks, and it also involves a substitution of the words Palawanui's eastern boundary for the word Makale Drive, wherever Makale Drive is referred to.
So you're amending your motion, is that what you're saying, or you think?
No, that was the original motion.
Okay. Are we clear about what that is, Maya? Is he referring to those items that said Makale that you agreed could be struck?
Yes.
And do we want to refer to where those are so that we're clear?
Mrs. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yeah, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Mr. Van Pernis may be confused. There's no easement on the eastern boundary of Makale Estates. There is a water line which belongs to the county water department down the middle of Makale Drive, and there are two future reservoir lots or easements within the Makale Estate subdivision that someday in the future they're going to have to be hooked up. So we don't object to eliminating condition Y, but we do, want the record to show that there will be construction in there in the future.
I'm not talking about preventing the county from doing whatever they want to do.
Okay, if you're not preventing the county water department from working in there, we have no objection.
Mike?
My question was, whose responsibility is it to do the work in the Makale Estates easements?
Well, it'll be the Palawanui developer team in concert with the county Department of Water Supply.
And is there an access easement from Makale Estates to conduct that work?
Yes.
So basically you have what you need and somewhat of a irrelevant reduction?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're fine with taking that out, Roger, except for construction work within Macaulay Estates on the water system?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cologne, okay. All right.
The planning department could.
Mark, hello.
Hello? Perhaps the planning department could note in a motion the two of these sections referred to where we're substituting eastern boundary for Macaulay Drive.
Is that an amendment to the motion? Do you understand?
Yeah, I would include that in the motion. Include those sections. I gave them to the planning department.
Mike, are you in agreement as the?
I don't really understand what the amendment is to the motion. I'm sorry.
It's just to identify the paragraph numbers in the proposed ordinance instead of just a generic referral.
And are you going to identify them specifically now, or is that if it's a generic referral, then we can let the county go through it and eliminate that language?
I agree with that. We can let the county go through and eliminate that language.
Okay.
Or substitute that language.
Maya, are you clear with the motion?
I'm clear with the motion, but I want to make sure that the county is not. I want to make sure the county is okay with condition Y, and that the county water supply still has the ability to go into Macaulay Estates and work on its water lines. So Roger or Steve confirm to me that there are easements within Macaulay Drive in favor of the county to maintain the county's water lines.
Yes, there are. We confirm that.
Okay.
Then why would we take the language out? I don't understand what the benefit is to remove that sentence.
Yeah, I really don't understand the benefit either, because the county will be coming in, working on the water line.
Mr. Van Pernis, the county house, there is an easement there. So why do we need to remove that sentence?
The objective to language does not limit the county in any respect. And the objective to language limits, or the proposed motion limits the developer, Palamanui, to the easement area rather than all streets on Macaulay. If they have easements, they're limited to the easements. We don't want them tearing up developed lots.
So you're assuming that the developer would go beyond their easement rights. Is that what you're saying?
That's what the language is presently stated, does not limit them to easements.
This is Roger again. I mean, the language to me seems okay, except we will not utilize Macaulay Drive for ingress for construction, except for construction work within Macaulay on the water system. Wells
Beyond any easement areas.
You can add in beyond any easement area.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, because I agree that it seems redundant to remove it if they need it. And I understand where Mark's coming from about protecting the areas that are not included in the easement. So instead of eliminating the whole thing, if we just add within existing easements, that would seem to cover both bases.
Makes sense to me.
Would you be okay with that, Mark?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Instead of exempting that linkage, we'll add at the end, except for easement areas of record in favor of Palmanui.
He's an attorney, so.
Is that the language that makes sense?
We have no objection. We have no objection to adding that section on the end. Maya, can you draft something that goes there? Or just use that wording except for easements of record?
Yeah, so I think what Mr. Van Pernis said was, except for construction work within easements of record within Makalei estates on the water systems. Would that work for everybody?
That works.
Okay. And for you, Mike, on the second? Okay. And you're fine with that, Roger?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? All right, seeing no more discussion, Maya, if you're clear on the on the motion, let's proceed to a vote, please.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Van Pernis.
Are we including both parts of the easement here? The one about the eastern boundary too?
I don't believe so. We were just.
Oh, that was the motion.
So you can verify that we're dealing with the first agenda item, right?
Yeah, so
That's concern. The motion was to substitute the word eastern boundary for Makalei Drive, so avoid condemnation of damages. And in addition, the second part of the motion was what we've talked about here as far as construction.
that's correct. I'm sorry, Commissioner Van Pernis, I misunderstood you. The first part was to substitute Palamanui's eastern boundary with any reference to Makalei Drive.
Yes. If for that two-part motion, I say yay.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes, Roger.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion. I mean, the water lines and the reservoir sites are along the main, Makalei Drive. The water line is existing in Makalei Drive, and the reservoir sites take with an easement, and that they take access for the future water construction off Makalei Drive. There's nothing. We're not aware of an easement on the eastern boundary of Makalei Estates. So I think the wording as you have it, as we just discussed, is fine. And with all due respect, I don't understand why Commissioner Van Pernis is talking about an easement on the eastern side.
I assume the water line easement is on the eastern side, or northern side, excuse me. I'm saying existing easements. I may be wrong on that.
Well, in any case, the existing lines are in Makalei Drive itself, and which is not the eastern or northern boundary. And therefore, we need this language to read the way it does if it's going to be practical.
Well, legally speaking, since Makalei is private, Palmanui has no rights anywhere except in their easements of record. So we're just confirming that here. I don't think this commission nor the county have the ability to tell anybody where they can go on a private road that has to involve condemnation or the agreement of Macaulay. So we're saying any place you have an easement, you can go, but anybody else is verboten.
Okay, I thought we already cleared up the easement language and why. Is that correct? Maya, weren't you talking about the reference to the eastern boundary that he was referring to? Is that part of the motion or not?
Yeah,
I'm not asking you, Mark.
can I restate the motion? And
Yes, please, please, please.
Okay.
As it relates to the agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the motion is related to rezone 05000010, and it's to amend ordinance 09132 as recommended by the planning director with two changes. One is to substitute the words Palamanui eastern property boundary with any references to Macaulay Drive connection. And then the second change is to amend condition Y by adding some language so that it reads, except for construction work within easements of record within Macaulay Estates on the water system. That's my understanding of the motion. Is that correct, Commissioner Van Prentice?
That's fine with me.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the first part of the motion? Was it just editing the condition, or was it offering a recommendation for the overall?
The motion is to...
Can you refer to the recommendation, please?
The motion was to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council as recommended by the planning director with those two changes that I mentioned.
I didn't make the motion for favorable recommendation. I think that my motion, seconded by Ms. Bertuzzi, would be an amendment to whatever the referral is. If someone would care to make a motion that would be seconded, then this would be an amendment to that.
Okay, so the motion was just relating to amending the conditions.
That's
okay.
That's what I seconded, not the favorable.
Okay.
Mr. Newberg, go ahead, Max.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Mike, did you want to finish there right before I came?
Sure. I just procedurally there is another amendment that I would like to add, and I don't know if we want to take that now or as part of this motion, or if we want to vote on this and then move on to the next.
Well, we're doing this a little differently than we usually do, so we're going to vote on amendments. I'd rather see whether is this moving toward a favorable recommendation? You're willing to accept the director's recommendation if these things can be amended? Is that what you're saying, Mike?
For me, yes, I would be willing to go with a favorable recommendation for the project if we can incorporate a couple of changes in the, or recommend a couple of changes to the county. For me, it's condition S. For Commissioner Van Prentice, it's the discussion on Kaimiani Drive. So procedurally, I'm open to any method of doing that.
All right. Go ahead and tell us what your recommendation is, please.
My recommendation is to amend condition S to indicate that a park master plan for phases 1 and 2 will be developed by the applicant and accepted by the Department of Parks and and recreation. I'd keep the phase 1 language the same. And then phase 2 section would be phase 2 consisting of a total of 10 acres of land shall be developed in accordance with the approved park master plan and provided to the county at no cost prior to, and just looking at the other conditions, I selected 500 units prior to the completion of construction of 500 units.
Mr. Van Pernis.
If that's a motion, I second it.
All right. Okay, so was that a motion, Mike? Or was that just?
I mean, if you would like, I will make a motion that we.
I think we need to deal with the motion on the table if we're going to another motion here. So.
Let's vote on it and move on.
Yeah, so we'll back up to Mark's motion that Mike seconded. We had discussion about what that was. Are there any other questions about that?
I would just like to make sure that the developer's okay with that again before I hear it, because it kind of seems unnecessary to some degree.
Which talking about?
Staying within the easements. I mean, I, as far as I'm concerned, that's expected anyway. But I'm okay with it if the developer's okay with it.
This is the developer. Is that condition Y?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, we're okay with staying within the easements. Yes.
Max, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention I'm in support if we want to change that language with Y. I was just uncomfortable with changing the secondary proposal with changing anything that refers to Makalei to a eastern border. That seemed to be getting into troubled waters for myself, not knowing what that would affect. I'm in support with the adding language to Y if that, again, it doesn't seem necessary, but if that makes commissioners more comfortable with it, I can support that. I was just concerned about getting into supplementing language that referred to Makalei Estates and changing that to a border that may not be congruent.
Roger?
Yeah, we can't agree to the use of the northern border or the eastern border. To our knowledge, there is no easement out there, and otherwise, the easement is over the water line that's existing in the road, and then the future water tank sites that are existing as well. So the language that Maya spoke of on condition Y is good with us.
Mike.
If I might just try to summarize Commissioner Van Pernis's concern, and please, Commissioner Van Pernis, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that his issue is only in clarifying where the road will be built to, and he's saying that Palamanui should commit to building the road within Palamanui's property up to the eastern border of Palamanui, and not commit to building the road within Makalei Estates because they don't have permission to do so. That's my understanding, is it's just an effort to clarify the border in which Palamanui is responsible to constructing up to.
Mark?
Yes, Mr. Vertusik is correct. Mr. Colon or Mr. Harris is mistaken in thinking that that part of the amendment has anything to do with the water line or water easements. We're just talking that the obligation to build a road unrelated to the water is to the eastern boundary of Palamanui, and that neither the county or Palamanui intrudes into Makalei Estates beyond that. So it's a two-part motion. One is water and easements, and the other is the boundary.
We don't object to that concept. That's okay. it doesn't match condition Y at this point, though.
Condition Y.
Yeah, I'm not real clear why we have to talk about the border if the road has already been eliminated from the application, and it's understood that they can't go into Makale to extend the road, then why do we have to talk about the border? Mark?
First of all, Mr. Fugi and Hunt picked up this problem, and there was a change made in the ordinance by Mr. Yi to talk about eastern boundary. The eastern boundary is their language, not mine. And there was at least two, I gave them to the planning department. They have the authority to correct it. Where it says roads will be connected up to Makale Drive, not Makale Estates, not Makale, but Makale Drive. And Makale Drive does not abut the boundary. So we don't want Palanui going into Makale, busting down the gate or building over vacant land at Makale.
Building on vacant land.
Thank you. Mike, I don't know what you were trying to show. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It didn't
Is that
work.
a lunch break or what was that?
No, I was trying to draw a map, just trying to demonstrate what Mr. Van Pernis is talking about. I really don't think this is that big of a deal. It's just establishing the boundary. Palamanui can't go past their boundary no matter what, right? But as it exists, the condition is required for connection with Makale Drive. And all he's saying is construct Road 2 or University Drive, whatever it is, up to the boundary of Palamanui. That makes sense. It's not super controversial, I don't think, in any way. So I think we can just, it's what's going to happen no matter what. The developer is going to build the road to the boundary of their property, and it's all they can do, and it doesn't really affect anything. It just clarifies that they're building it up to the boundary of their property and not into Makale Estates. So in my opinion, there's no problem with it. I think we can move forward with it.
Mr. Cologne, did you want to respond? I thought I saw Mr. Cologne getting in position. No? Roger, do you want to respond? Somebody from your side?
Yeah, we understand what they're talking about, and we agree with that. And I think to implement it, I think if you just use Maya's language on condition Y, it works. But I'm open to any other language that works as well.
All right. Okay, so we have an amendment on the table. Maya, do you mind one more time telling us what the motion is? Just so.
Okay, for the first part of the motion,
no.
The motion is to replace the language indicating that.
Sorry, Mike, I was asking Maya because she's the one to make sure she has it. Thank you. Sorry, Mike, Maya, close. Maya?
The motion is to remove all references to a connection to Makale Drive and replace it with University Drive will be built up to Palamanui's eastern boundary. And then the second amendment is to condition Y. I believe it is still to read, except for construction work within easements of record within Makale Estates on the water system.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can we take a roll call vote for this amendment, please, Maya?
Okay. So I already had an aye from Commissioner Van Pernis. Do you still agree to your aye?
Sorry about that.
Okay. Commissioner Vitusik? Okay.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco?
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates, and Chair Carsmith.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Okay, so are we motioning, what's our next motion? Are we ready to move toward the director's recommendation or something else? Mike?
Yes, at this point, I would like to, I guess before I make a motion, I would like to have a discussion on the idea. Actually, you know what? I'll make the motion. Slow it down if that's not what you want. I'd like to make a motion that we provide a favorable recommendation to the County Council for Palamanui Global Holdings LLC amendment of various conditions, change of zone ordinance number 09132 REZ 05-10 as amended with the additional amendment to condition S stating that a park master plan for phases 1 and 2 will be developed by the applicant and accepted by the Department of Parks and Recreation. The phase 1 improvements for this 10-acre public park, that section will remain intact. And then the phase 2, consisting of approximately a total of 10 acres of land, shall be developed in accordance with the approved park master plan and provided to the county at no cost prior to the development of 500 units. And I want to clarify in my motion that this could be many years down the road before this is done, and the opportunity for the applicant to prepare their own park master plan that focuses the required improvements on phase 2 while allowing them to create additional usable open space that doesn't have to be developed into high use recreational park with lots of facilities, but could be a passive open space environment that is maintained in open space. That will allow them the opportunity to develop what they want to do and implement it farther down the road after they've already brought in sufficient resources to pay for the construction of it. It will also allow the county to have the tremendously larger property tax base created by the 500 lots that are now paying property taxes to allow them to maintain these parks a lot better than they are now. So I think that this allows the developer the opportunity to maintain their public benefit, but have the relief of being able to construct something now with a plan for the future improvements that don't leave the county with a big bill down the road in order to make this extra 10 acres useful for the people who are living there.
Mr. Van Pernis?
I second motion and want to state that Mr. Harris's reference to Pete Hoffman is many, many years old, and there's no Kettle Cave Regional Park. So I second the motion.
Some discussion on this?
Yep.
Go ahead, Faye.
Hi. Just for clarification purposes, just so you all understand, is that I'm not against any of the parks or having a park. I'm not against anything at all having to do with the park. All I was trying to do is clarify to all of you, because I noticed that you all jumped on it when I had my concerns about a park. I'm not against the park. I'm against, I'm not against anything. I'm just clarifying that, it does take monies and it does take effort for those parks to be maintained. And I think it's a wonderful thing to have a park.
Agreed, Faye. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, I kind of echo Faye's position in that I don't know that it's reasonable to expect the developer who's already committing to a 10-acre park, which they're going to fully build out and turn over to the county, to have their development subject to whether or not the county wants the additional land or is ready to assume it. They can make the recommendation, they can provide a master plan, but if the county says they're not ready to move forward, then they cannot be held up in the future. Again, they can control what they can control, but it seems like we're asking them, now you got to have an agreement with the county, and if the county doesn't do it, then you can't proceed. Anyway, I think it might be an unreasonable request to get that approval, the expectation of approval.
Barbara or Max, any input? Go ahead. Barbara?
Well, I've always felt that maybe we ask too little at these times for our community. And now is the time that we should ask. What I'm hearing from Mike, it's not like he's looking for a fully developed 10 acres. He's looking for something that could just be an open space park with nothing but some trees on it. Right? I think that is a reasonable request, and he's not asking for a decision. He's asking for that opportunity for this to happen in the future. I understand also that I don't want to hold up this project over the park. But I do think that this would be the time to discuss this if we're going to do it.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yep, and then the intention is for them to create a park master plan that works for them, that serves the community need, and then develop and give that over to the county in the way that they just deem appropriate, that the developer and the county division of Parks and Rec deem appropriate. That would be the point of having a park master plan approved by P&R. So I think that we're looking very long-term with their build-out over the next 20 years, and the community needs are going to change. Adding 900 units in that immediate vicinity is going to necessitate more park space. And it's going to be an asset for the developer. It's going to be an asset for the community. And, it's for us, it's purely a recommendation for something the county council to consider. If the county council decides it's not important, then they can take it out. But for us, it's putting a language in there saying that the county council should consider the option of creating a park master plan that allows the developer to sequentially build a park for the community in keeping with the existing conditions for approval. So we're not adding any conditions for approval on this. In fact, we are reducing the conditions of approval that already exist on this zoning ordinance. We're giving them relief in allowing them to reduce the scale and the size of the park, initial improvements, and the timing, allowing them to build it after they've substantially completed multiple lots and at that point brought in significant revenue to pay for it. So even with this proposal, we're still giving them relief in order for them to move forward with the project.
Roger, did you get to respond to your thoughts on that?
Yes, thanks for the discussion. Well, we are going to work with the Parks Department on a master plan. Yes, we've always said it'd be broken into 2 phases, the 10 acres, which we would fully improve. The second 10 acres, I hear what everybody's saying. I want to say, according to the Kona Community Development Plan, we have to build significant mini parks in the various subdivisions and phases that the Parks Department says they don't want to accept, and that the association will have to maintain. So there will be other recreation areas. The third, but we're open to listen and work with the Parks Department on phase 2, and possibly there's a minimal improvement scheme, for open space and shade that we could help fund. But at this point, we can't commit to an absolute second part. So we like the condition wording the way it is. Maybe you can tweak it a little bit with regard to phase 2, but we can't at this time fully fill that part.
Thanks, Roger. Mike, I know you said a lot after your motion. Can you go back and simplify the motion only?
Sure. One second. I'll find the language.
Max, did you have anything at this point? You were the only other one, I think, to speak on this topic. Go ahead.
I just look forward to hearing the clarified
Okay.
amendment by Mr. Vatusek.
Very good. Go ahead, Mike.
So if we're amending the ordinance condition S, we're recommending the amendment of the condition S. The applicant shall provide a minimum of 20 acres of land for public park and neighborhood open space in accordance with the Kona Community Development Plan. At that point, I would insert a park master plan for phase 1 and 2 will be developed by the applicant and accepted by the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Period.
Yep.
Okay.
And then next language is the same, 10 acres of which will be developed by the applicant dedicated to the county during phase 1. That's all the same. Everything, nothing would change in that first portion of it. And then the third line from the bottom, where it says phase 2 park improvements, I would amend that to say phase 2 park improvements consisting of approximately a total of 10 acres of land shall be developed in accordance with the approved park master plan and provided to the county at no cost prior to the development. And this is the part that I have a hard time with, is finding the condition at the end that the applicant would be agreeable to. But for the sake of the amendment, I've put prior to the completion or building permit on 500 units. So I guess we could look at the previous language. What is the existing trigger for phase 1?
Roger? Roger, can you unmute?
250 units.
250. So, requesting additional after 250 more units to develop this remaining portion of the park master plan. And again, we can put in the language that it's okay for it to be a low impact, passive, open space area. But to me, it makes sense to include that in our recommendation.
Okay. Go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, if you included the language that he suggested, minimal development, he had some language that he seemed to be okay with.
Who's he?
Well, he's under Laura Aquino, but I'm not sure.
Oh, Roger Harris. Okay.
Yeah, so he used that word, minimal something. Maybe they would be agreeable if we put minimal.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the most important thing is that they take the time to do the master plan that works for them, and if that's what's included in the master plan at the end, then great. That's the idea. So if there's something else that they'd rather have in there that isn't, then they can do that in the master plan. But the details of the park improvements would be established in that master plan that it covers it.
Roger, you good?
Yes, we can agree to do a master plan for the second phase includes minimal improvements. And we're fine with that.
Okay. All right. No more discussion on this? We have a motion on the floor to accept the director's recommendation to send a favorable recommendation to the county council as amended previously by the vote that we took on Mr. Van Pernis's amendments and then these that Mr. Sick has put forth. Yes? Maya, could you take roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Vitusik,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Connie Law.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates, Commissioner Van Pernis.
I thought I already responded. Connie Law.
Okay, and Commissioner Carr Smith.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item number 2. We need a motion for this, please. Come on, guys. Perry, somebody new?
Sure.
Go ahead, Greg.
Sorry?
Sure. I'll move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council in regards to Palamanui Global Holdings LLC amendment of Condition E, change of zone ordinance number 09-131, rezone 09-24.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Vitusik, second by Mr. Kealoha. Moving on to discussion, Mr. Van Pernis.
Yes, I'd like to have the same amendments by me and Ms. Fertility attached to this recommendation.
Okay. Is that appropriate, Maya?
Which conditions specifically are you requesting to amend?
The same ones, but it's not the same.
No, they're different conditions.
Yeah.
This is the rezone for project district to MCX, so it's not the same zoning ordinance as one we just reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Stand.
Discussion? Okay, seeing no other discussion. Maya, are you ready to take a roll call vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vitusik? So just to clarify first, I'm sorry, was this a favorable recommendation as recommended by the planning director?
Mike? Mike Rose.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. His connection's getting weak, looks like.
Am I there? Am I there?
Yes, you're back. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's the intent, is that it's as recommended by the planning director.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Pernis?
The issue up that I brought, because the recommendation includes the objectionable material that we dealt with by my amendment and Mr. Bertuzzi's amendment.
No, it
So
does
the
not.
recommendation needs to be as modified by those amendments.
That's not what we're talking about. Mike, you want to clarify for him?
Sure. My understanding is that this doesn't involve the same zoning ordinance that we just reviewed. It's a separate zoning ordinance that changes the zoning from project district to industrial commercial mixed rezone. So we can't add.
You're frozen again. Do you understand what he said, Mark?
Yes.
Those amendments don't apply here. Okay, very good. Are you good, Maya?
Yes.
Okay, we just need our commissioner back so he can vote. Mike, can you try opening up long enough to vote? We'll take a lunch break after this vote. Yes, Faye?
Can I hear that motion again, please?
It's a favorable recommendation. Do you want every word or? Agenda item number 2, favorable recommendation, go to the county council.
Okay, got it.
Mike, we need you. There you are. Can you maybe try without the camera, Mike?
How's that?
Can you say something?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, all right, we're going to vote now.
Okay. Cool.
Uh-oh. Go ahead, Maya, let's try.
Commissioner Vitusik.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Kealoha.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Van.
Oh,
Commissioner.
that was right. Kealoha was second.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Kaneloa.
Commissioner Yates. Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
And Commissioner Van Pernis. Commissioner Van Pernis.
You're ask me
Mike,
twice.
you keep 2 things open.
Kaneloa.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Roger, Mr. Clone, everybody else involved in your project. Great efforts for the community. Thank you. You'll be notified in writing of the decision. Good luck at county council level. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you very much, everyone. Really
Yep.
appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, folks, it's 1:20. Let's take a 30-minute break. Is that all right, or is that too much? A lunch break? 30 minutes. We'll be back at 1:50. Thank you.
Hi, Stan. This is Rochelle. Can we test your microphone?
Am I there?
Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if you have a camera, but we can hear you.
Can you hear me also? It's Mike.
I can hear you, Mike.
Oh, there's okay.
Is my camera working?
Yes.
Afternoon, it's Barbara DeFranco.
Hey, Barbara.
Hi, hi.
How are you?
Hi, Stan.
Hey, long time no see.
Long time, yeah?
Yeah.
Aloha, Stan.
Hey, Perry. How are you?
Everyone feel better? Michelle, how are we doing?
I think our side.
Max, are you back? Wait for Commissioner Newberg to return and then we'll get started.
Hi, Nancy. It's Malia.
Hi, Malia.
I just have to step out for 2 minutes. I'll be right back, though. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Hi, Jeff. How's it going?
Good. So I'm hanging out in the shadows here, but wanted to say hello to Stan.
Hey, Jeff.
Congratulations, Stan.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
What are we congratulating you for?
Getting this far.
Good. Very good. There's Mr. Newberg. We need Malia to come back, so we're going to wait for her and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Well, whatever the congratulations is for, I'm going to be happy about it, I know.
All right, Malia's back. Everybody's here. There's Perry. Mike, are you here? Okay, awesome. Thank you. So we'll bring the meeting back to order. It's 1:57. I was thinking during our break, and I was kind of confused by Mr. Van Pernis's Kanalua vote. And it's my understanding that Kanalua means pass. And I believe that's why Maya came back to you for your vote later. I don't think Kanalua means that I don't want to say yes or no. So anyway, I was in touch with Malia Hall, our corp counsel, over our break. And Malia, do you want to chime in?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify for the record as well, like our planning commission rules do not include Kanalua in the voting, and neither do Robert's rules. Kanalua actually comes from council rules. So if that's something that the commissioners would like to use in the future, I would suggest that we add it to our voting rules within the planning commission rules. Because yes, so it's Rule 10 in the council rules. And as Chair Carr-Smith has pointed out, you say Kanalua in the rule, in the council rules, basically, it comes back to you and then you have to say yes or no at that point. It's basically I have reservations, but you still have to end up voting in the end. So I don't know if Commissioner Van Pernis's was a yes or a no, or just an abstain. That's pretty much what the planning commission rules include is it's either a yes vote, a no vote, or I'm not going to vote. So just for a clarification.
So do you want us to ask Mr. Van Pernis what his vote was there, since Kanalua isn't a real vote?
Sure. I mean, we can clarify for the record and then notify the applicant on whether it's a vote for or against or abstention.
Sounds good. Mr. Van Pernis, can you respond, please?
I clarified this with Mr. Darrell. My position is abstain.
Abstain. Okay, on both of those agenda items, is that correct?
Let's vote in favor of Ms. Vertussik's amendment, but an abstain on the recommendation.
All right. Very good. We're good, Malia? Okay, thank you. All right. We'll move along to agenda item number 3. The applicant is Michael the Archangel Catholic Church. This is to amend SMA 10-000044. Application for an amendment to condition number 3, which is time to complete construction of a special management area use permit number 0000044, which was issued in 2010 to allow the construction of a church, rectory, parish hall, and related improvements to replace the former St. Michael the Archangel Church that was damaged during the 2006 earthquake. The approximately 3.19 acre property is located on the northeast side of Ali'i Drive, approximately 330 feet south of the intersection with Hualalai Road, Hinaloli 2nd, North Kona, Hawaii. TMK is 37586. Jessica, I believe you're presenting on this. Thank you. And you're muted too, Jessica, just so you know. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay. See if I can get this next part a little smoother here. Thank you, Chair Carsmith. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen. Sorry, do this first. Okay, is this working now? Can everybody see the introduction screen? No. Let's try this. Okay. This should be showing the introduction screen at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. This permit application is for the applicant is St. Michael the Archangel Church, and the application is to amend condition number 3 of special management area use permit number 1044. The location map here shows the site outlined in red, and it's located in Kailua Kona in the Kona district. The applicants are requesting to amend condition number 3, time to complete construction of special management area use permit number 1044. SMA 1044 was issued in 2010 originally to allow the construction of a church, rectory, parish, hall, and related improvements. And recently, the applicant has reduced the project size, including reducing the parish hall to a single story, and eliminating the rectory building, as well as eliminating the proposed second driveway. The zoning map shows the site outlined in red as V.75 zoning, and nearby is similar zoning as well as open zoning. The state land use is urban. Likewise, all of the sites around are urban in this area. And the LUPAC map shows that this is the resort node zone or designation. On the coastline is open, and there's also density, medium density urban here. This site plan, which might not be fully legible, I apologize, but you can see the outline of the site and the existing church, as well as the proposed parish. And Ali'i Drive is on the left side of the site map, the site plan there. The aerial photograph here shows, I'm not actually sure when this aerial photograph was taken. It's from our county real property tax, but I think it's fairly recent because it's showing the existing church, and the lot just south of that on the map is where the proposed parish hall would be. And you can see Ali'i Drive to the left of the screen with the driveway access at that point. So these photographs show the view on the access road, which is Ali'i Drive, facing north on the left and facing south on the right. And this would be the entry from Ali'i Drive into the site towards the church and the parking area. The planning director's recommendation on this amend application is approval with conditions. Fairly short presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to address those. And I'll stop sharing my screen here.
Sorry about that. Commissioners, do you guys have any questions for Jessica? All right, I see no questions, so let's, oh, Barbara, go ahead. Go ahead, Barbara.
So does all the traffic go directly onto Lee Drive? So ingress and leaving, it's all right on that, right onto Lee Drive?
That's correct. Based on their proposed reduction of the second driveway access or entry, that drive that was on the photograph would be the primary and sole access.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Well, welcome, Stanley Neil. Thank you for being here.
Thank
And
you.
if you'd like to, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Planning Commission today?
Yes.
Thank you. You can let us know your name and your position, and if you received the county's recommendation, if you have any issues or concerns about it, and then anything else you want us to know about your project, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Carsmith, Vice Chair Kealoha, and the Leeward Planning Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to share what our project is. And like Jessica had mentioned, our project is actually being reduced from the initial phase, which was the parish hall was supposed to have been a 2-story building. Now it's a 1-story. We eliminated the rectory building on the northwest side of the property, and also eliminating the second driveway, which would be to the west corner of the property. So the whole project itself reduced significantly, I would say, compared to what it initially was. The parish hall, our intention is for the hall to mimic the design and theme of the existing church and color. It's going to be used primarily, or I should say only for church-related functions. We don't have any intentions of renting or leasing out the hall for outside use. Right now, everything that we have done so far, getting the permits, a contractor and all that, everything is complete. We're just waiting for the final phase on the permitting process, and hopefully with your folks' blessing, we can get the SMA extension. It's pretty to me, it's a pretty cut and dry, just a reduction of the overall project, and with the need to file for this extension. Initially, we were hoping to start and complete construction before the SMA expired, but I guess with a lot of construction projects, you have hurdles and delays, and that's one of the reasons why we are where we are today, needing to do the extension. So we just got a couple of items that we're waiting for the building department to get back to us on regarding the building permit. Other than that, we're ready to go.
And are you fine with the planning department's conditions that they put?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have any other questions, I could go on and on, so.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Stan? Mike, did you or no? You're messing with your mute.
If there are no questions, I will make a motion that the application to amend special management area permit 10-044 be approved on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Thank you, Mike, for that.
I will second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Kealoha. Any discussion about this? No? Okay.
I'd just add, I understand that, it's church financing is going to be different than private development financing, and things are going to take more time, and you guys are able to work through that with the extension. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in support
Thank
of
you.
this as well. Thank you. All right. With no other discussion, this could be our quickest one, at least in a very long time. Jessica, would you like to take roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Bertusik,
Aye.
Commissioner Kealoha,
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Excuse me. I should have said Chair Carr Smith first.
No, that's all right. Aye.
Commissioner Newberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Furnace,
Aye.
and Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
Very good.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Stan. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a
Stan.
good day.
Excellent. Wow. Let's see. What's the, looking at how much time, that was really quick. I love it. All right.
Is that the first Christmas miracle?
I think
this
so.
year? All
I
right.
think so. Very good. We'll move on to unfinished business. Agenda item number 4, the initiator is the planning director. This is an ordinance amending chapter 25 of the zoning code. Article 1, Article 2, Article 4, Article 5, and Article 7 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, the 2016 edition as amended, relating to definitions, use permit requirements, off-street parking requirements, zoning district regulations for medical clinics and massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, and other small-scale health service facility. And Tracy, I think this is your baby.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, commissioners. Let me get my screen up for you.
Your sound is maybe, oh, you're just sharing. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you.
And can you all see my presentation screen with no other? Okay,
Yep.
Perfect.
Looks good.
So, good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. As stated, this is a Planning Director initiated amendment to the zoning code relating to definitions, parking requirements, use permit requirements, and zoning district regulations for medical clinics, massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, and other similar health service facilities. The following slides will reflect amendments that the Director has made to the original proposed bill to address the concerns that were raised at the previous Leeward Planning Commission meeting. In the following slides, you will see 3 amendments that the Director is proposing that will ultimately create a process for these uses to come into the Planning Department and get any necessary approvals for. It should be noted that this is an effort of the Director to address the needs of the public by amending our code to keep up with the various new forms of health services that have evolved over the years. With that, we'll begin with the proposed amendment number 1. This is relating to the definition of a medical clinic. Currently, the definition of a medical clinic states that chiropractic and massage treatment and services are not included as a medical clinic. The Planning Director is proposing that the definition of a medical clinic be amended to include that massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, and other similar health service facilities shall now be considered a medical clinic. The next proposed amendment is to the personal service establishment definition. The personal service establishment definition currently includes massage facilities and chiropractic clinics as permitted under the personal service definition. The planning director is proposing the removal of the massage facilities and chiropractic clinics from this definition so that the definition only includes non-medical personal services such as hair salons. The director has proposed to remove and other similar uses devoted to the care of treatment of the aged, the sick, or the infirm out of the hospital definition located in the use permit section because the department has historically considered these uses as medical clinics. The proposed amendment number 2 clarifies where these uses will be better suited, especially because the need for these uses are there in the community. You can see on your slide that this proposed amendment addresses the commission's previous concerns that a use permit should be required for these uses within the RM district. Therefore, in this slide, the director is proposing that a use permit can be obtained for a medical clinic, massage, acupuncture, chiropractic, and other similar health service facilities in any of the zoning districts listed in the slide above. Again, as mentioned in the previous meeting that we had about a month ago, when planning staff was considering this code amendment, we did realize that there is still that conflict, and we're still trying to recognize the discrepancies between the proposed amendments and the parking section of our code. So we're still using this opportunity to really rectify these conflicts by proposing to add the off-street parking requirements for the zone districts listed above with the underline, which will include the RS, RD, and RM. For the commercial uses. The planning director is proposing these proposed amendments that these proposed amendments be forwarded to the Hawaii County Council, and the Planning Commission sent a favorable recommendation of the Planning Department Exhibit number 2. That concludes my presentation, and I can open up the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Tracy. Can you confirm whether this did go to the Windward Planning Commission since we saw you last or not?
Yes. So the Windward Planning Commission, it did go to the Windward. Let me stop sharing my screen. It did go to the Windward Planning Commission. And what really happened within the past month is we toyed with kind of the idea, well, we didn't toy with it. The department reviewed a lot of the different versions that we could possibly go with this. And for the Windward Planning Commission, we had actually sent the original Planning Department Exhibit 1 to the Windward Planning Commission, and they had given us a favorable recommendation on that version. And then coming into this meeting, we really reviewed some of the transcripts as well as the YouTube videos, and we realized that that really wasn't an approach that we could take this medical clinic and massage and acupunctures. And when me and Maya had discussed it, we had really found similarities in it that we agreed. And that's why you guys got the most recent Planning Department Exhibit number 2 so soon. We really agreed that these uses do fit under the medical clinics. So therefore, we really amended that to include it as a medical clinic. And then, of course, one of the major changes that was proposed in the last meeting was that will move it out of the RM permitted zone districts, and it will require these uses to now come in and get a use permit for these zone districts. So I will have to take this new Planning Department Exhibit number 2, and I will have to re-present it to the Windward Planning Commission at their December meeting.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, go ahead, Mike.
I just want to add that I think this addresses the concerns that I had the last time about the ambiguity of the different groupings versus medical versus other similar health activities. I think it's all included in one. I think that including them all under one grouping is more in line with the way that the medical practice is going in general, where traditional MD medical care is incorporating more holistic care. So I think this is going in the right direction, and I support it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, my only comment is that my only pushback was that I had concern about making it harder for massage therapists or physical therapists or acupuncture, whatever, to practice their business. So it will make them jump a few more hurdles, but I guess that's okay. So, all right, anyone else? Go ahead, Mike.
I think that this is establishing a medical clinic and a building, an office type of thing, which is something that, in my opinion, can be regulated within the residential district. It's not impacting, home health activities or people going into other homes, doing private things like that. It's regulating the actual creation of a clinic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Anyone else? If there's no other comments, then I'll look for a motion, please.
I'll move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the ordinance amending Hawaii County Code, chapter 25, based on the planning director's recommendations, which shall be adopted.
Thank you, Perry. Second?
Second.
Second by Mike Matusek. Very good. Any further discussion about this? Seeing none. Tracy? Go ahead with the roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
Commissioner Matusek.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
And Commissioner Yates.
Abstain.
And Chair Carr Smith.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion carries 6-1. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. Thank you, Director Yi, for that and for working with the concerns that the commissioners had. Appreciate it. Did you want to add anything?
Nope, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Well, we made up some time. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes. I trust that you all received the minutes and have had a chance to review. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes, please? Mr. Matusek?
I move that we approve the minutes from the October Leeward Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you. Faye?
Second.
Faye is a second. All in favor of the minutes? Anyone approve or anyone disapprove? Very good. Minutes pass. Thank you, Noriko, for your hard work in doing the minutes. I can't imagine what it's like to do that with some of these online meetings that we're having here. Okay, administrative matters. Staff, do you have any administrative matters?
Just bringing to the commission's attention the SMA logs. We had sent those to each of the commissioners through email. Basically, it's a list of SMAs that were approved through our short form approvals, which are done when they come in with building permits, or through SMA assessments, which are done for particular projects that are situated in sensitive areas, mostly around the shoreline along the coast. So those are a list that's been provided. If the commission has any questions regarding any of those approvals, we can try to answer that.
Okay. Mr. Van Pernis, did you have a question regarding the SMA logs?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is your practice with SMAs is noted log having a requirement for completion or cancellation? In other words, is there a specific time by which the allowed activity should be completed?
When we, similar to our SMA major permits, we usually add on a time period to complete whatever the action is, even the construction of single-family dwellings. Now, that's through an assessment application. If it's just coming in as a building permit and they're exempt under rule SMA Rule 9, then normally there won't be any conditions added. It just states on the building permit that it's an exempt action under SMA.
Is there any anything stated on the documentation you give out talking about what happens if they won't perform by a certain time?
There is. Under the assessments, there's a letter that's either sent to them if it's exempt with a list of conditions, or if it triggers what we call an SMA minor permit, the minor permit will have a list of conditions added on it.
And the condition will include an expiration date?
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank
We
you.
we can provide an example of one of the exemption letters as well as one of the minor permits to the commission so that they can see how we address those through our review.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, please do that by email. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I had a couple of things. I had talked to the department about the fact that our planning commission rules don't address recusal. And this is not to single anyone out. I just feel that we need to have a rule or direction on how we deal with recusal of ourselves or of others. We're able to refer to the rule or have some guidelines. I think that that would be helpful. So I asked for that to be put on an agenda in the future. And then what we learned today was that the commission doesn't have a rule on Kanalua. And I don't know whether we need to or not. Does anybody have any feelings about whether we need a Kanalua rule or not? Or whether we're fine with yes, no, and recusal? Yes, Mark?
I think it's yes, no, or abstain, right? Not yes, no, or recusal.
Yes, but you today, yes. So everyone's fine with the way it is? I'm seeing nods. Yes, Max.
And then just to mirror the opening with recusal, I'm not always sure of the process of trying to mention a potential conflict of interest or kind of where those boundaries begin and end, and when the appropriate time is per agenda.
Yeah, so
if maybe it's appropriate to mention a time. Is there any conflicts of interest to be mentioned? What have you?
Right. I believe that our Corp Counsel, Malia Hall, will be looking at what some other boards and commissions do or council and make some suggestions for us going forward. Yes, Mark?
Naturally.
Mark, go ahead.
And naturally, I studied this area extensively, and there's no authority, and I appreciate the fact that there may be some forthcoming. But I think recusal and conflict of interest are the same thing. Recusal for conflict of interest. Certainly bias is not the ground unless it's shown, well, it can't be shown during the proceeding. So it can't be biased because we're all biased for something. Thank you.
Okay, we'll let Corp Counsel weigh in on that when we have it on the agenda. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
So, based on that, what we'll do, staff will place this on the agenda under administrative matters for our December 17th Leeward Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that Commissioner Batusik also had a topic that he had mentioned in the past that he asked to be on a future agenda as well. And so I didn't want to forget his request. I think he hoped to have a clause added to the county code involving passage of time and changing conditions to be considered when evaluating a time extension request. So I'm not sure how we go about addressing that. Jeff, can you help us there?
Okay, you have to refresh my memory here. So this was based on the discussion that we had previously on time extensions and permit conditions, and as well as rezoning conditions. I don't recall a specific request. Mike, what was that, if you don't mind?
Yep, this was last month in the administrative matters portion of the hearing, and it was exactly as Nancy stated it, that we do an amendment to the county code to allow for consideration of the passage of time and changing conditions when considering whether a permit should be extended, a time extension.
Okay.
And that, it's something that's not agendized now, but I think it would be a good topic in the future.
Well, we can again place that on our December 17th Leeward Planning Commission under Administrative Matters. This also brings up another matter, and we'll need to discuss with Malia, but there was also a request to do a training regarding SHPD procedures and how we address some of those in conditions. And that was a training that was ready to go forward. And then there was a situation that happened that put it off on the side for a while, but we may be in a position now to go forward on that training as well. I think it's ready to go. It's just a matter of agendizing it.
Thank you. Is it Mike, or can you, thank you. What about the department's approach to expired permits? We've had to struggle with this over many meetings, and you guys did propose some changes, but I guess I'm not clear as to what actually changed or whether we have any guidelines that can help us make better decisions and not be put up against the wall sometimes about how do we handle this.
What we can do is bring up the conclusions of our training that we had before that gave some different options available to the commission. What we found is going through the training under both Windward and Leeward commissions is a different direction that each commission was looking towards. And so the reality is that for anything to pass going forward, there has to be a joint commission and agreement enough on both commissions that you have a quorum voting in favor of that change. We noticed that in certain timing requests that were happening in the Windward side, the approvals and the recommendations were different relating to zoning time extension requests as well as permit requests. And again, what we can do is bring that forward again and discuss which is the direction that you'd like to go for a particular code or rule change, and then bring it forward in a joint meeting. So we'll make sure that we have that available. We'll provide it for you for our next meeting, and we can discuss and get, we'll also bring it forward at the Windward Commission and get a direction as to what changes we want to propose and then go forward with those.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. Malia?
Hey, thanks. Because I missed last meeting, if Mike, if you wouldn't mind emailing kind of what you're thinking, so I can do some research into what your aim is towards or your intention is. Because then, yeah, that's kind of more if we're doing a code change, that's an actual like initiator kind of thing where it eventually ends up at the council. So I would like to look more into that. So if you could just shoot me an email, that'd be great.
Will do. Thanks.
Mike, was that in the minutes?
I didn't see it because the verbatim minutes I thought covered only the agenda items and not the administrative.
No, thank you. Mr. Van Pernis?
I think what we're talking about is a sunset provision for development approvals of permits, not zoning. Once something's rezoned, it's rezoned. But for development permits, for instance, like the Suffolk and Pua LLCs, which we universally rejected, where the original ordinances and the conditions that were supposed to be done were not done, and in fact for 5 years past that, and they were asking for an extension. I think what we're looking for, Mike is looking for, is a sunset provision. Things are not done by the specified date. The ordinance, development ordinance terminates.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jeff, did you have something or no?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Last thing that I wanted to mention is that in December, we will also hold elections for next year. And so I just wanted to note that Vice Chair Kealoha's term is expiring at the end of December. So with a potential carryover, that takes him through March if he's willing. And my term ends at the end of March with a potential carryover to the end of June. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that and to make sure that elections get put on the agenda for December. Anyone have anything else to add? No?
Happy
Okay.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all of you as well. And again, Director Yee. Thank you. Be choked up. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please, at 2:40?
So moved.
All right, second? Faye, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
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 Great. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Happy holidays.
Happy holiday.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, Michael.